Okay, let's try this. Hopefully the audio levels are good. Having to use a new microphone since my other one sort of broke on me. But hopefully this one will work out well. Also still have a sort of thing in my throat. Just cannot seem to get whatever this frog is out. This frog is a very stuck frog. I feel like it's better today, so maybe we'll be fine. Maybe. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to earn anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. It also feels weird because it's a more firm mic and it's a lot further away from my face. So it's like, is it picking up? It should be, but it's like so much further than the other one was. Apollo Eustace. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Believe. I know shooting. Matchy claims Mr. Latos was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Suddenly I hear a revolver. Close. Very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard gunshots. Yes, it's true. I hear a revolver, but only sound. Wait, you're saying you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latos already dead, and then you heard shots. If that's true, so you were at the scene of the crime when you heard those shots, and you escaped through the air vent. I know. What do you know? I know of opening vent. I can leave stage and backstage. So the vents went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? He's right. Look, Apollo. Yeah, but how did you know it was connected like that? Wait, I bet his father was the architect that designed the hall, or something. I hear this from Magician. Magician? Don't look at me. A magician. Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Matchy didn't shoot Mr. Latos. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say he went into the room to find the body, and then he heard the shots. That one's going to go over well in court. Not. Apollo, you're his defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. I'll just pretend you misheard him every time. So, what do we do? You're sure you won't testify, Matchy? No talking. No. Well, it was worth a shot. That cocoon. I can't go home. Can't go home. I can't go home to Virginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Virginia is death. That's right. It's punishable by death. Of course, he's scared. Oh well, I guess we'll just have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So, what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else. I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Alright. Let's see if we can figure this out. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So, will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to approach this case from a different angle. Your Honor. A different angle. If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I'd like to cross-examine the witness in this case. And Lemire Orr. Lemire Orr. What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lemire Orr's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can. Lemire Orr was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lemire Orr dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin, why would anyone be out to kill Lemire Orr? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English. Yes. Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latos. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. The defense believes that something was hidden in her testimony yesterday. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. So, am I to understand that this is what you are saying? Namely, that there's a nugget of truth in Lemire Orr's testimony. A nugget we have yet to uncover. Exactly. If Lemire Orr was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lemire Orr's testimony once more. Lemire Orr, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent. And I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Daria Crescent. Yes? That is correct. At which point it proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the scene was closed and was found to be quite sailproof. You have nothing to say to that, Mr. Justice. I don't know exactly what yet, but I do know there's something there. There is, it seems, but you do not know. And yet it's my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness would be so kind as to testify once more to the court. Of course, Your Honor. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. That's when I heard them, Mr. Latos and the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Then I heard another gunshot. There was a smell of gunpowder. I knew I must tell someone, but I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I am sorry. I am not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way, yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Amir Ora was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo, you know, for a moment there, you're pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Okay. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There is no way you could have heard him. Because the window at the scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle I can try. Lemire Orr, do you by any chance remember what they were saying to each other? If so, please tell us. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase. You remember something that was said. Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it. The clue I've been waiting for. Well, what did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latos. The shooter then, Darian Crescent. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Switch. Then the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latos. I thought it quite strange myself afterward. It is a mystery. What could it possibly? Was she hearing everything through her headset mic? Is that what is going on here? She heard everything through her headset mic and thought it was inside the room. Is that what's going on here? Is the headset mic we found on the hallway floor hers? It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure, I would be delighted. It's very, very fiddle. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo. Maybe.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Yet there was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens I have the switch right here. That certainly does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is, this was found not at the scene of the crime, but on the stage. The stage, where the concert was held, yes. This was found hidden there, on the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lemire or heard was of someone commanding another to press this switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Her forehead, I would call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lemire Orr's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gibboners were in the middle of this concert on said stage. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You could shout all you wanted and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So too have her forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? You heard what I said, or do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. Wait, you like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this? Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled film they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device. From what I've heard, that night, everyone on stage was wearing one of these. Is that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, actually, they're for talking between band members. Y'all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these, talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait, those send out an electronic signal. To avoid the interference of the audio systems, their range is quite limited. The Lemire Orr said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the direct distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lemire Orr heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question. Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could be placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. He's got a point. How do we know what it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said press the switch? Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know that basic fact. Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes this case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about this switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of it when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning this switch, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Justice. I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what this switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of the link. What evidence do you have to explain what this switch is? Prosecutor Gavin, do you remember this? That's that. That what? Is it another one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. What phone looks like this? Igniter? You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying the switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. Mr. Justice, you'll cease and desist from burning down this courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I had expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire. Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. The switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me on stage, aren't you? Exactly. That night at the concert, there was one unusual burst of flame. When your guitar caught fire in the middle of your performance. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned, and the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borkemia from Lamier Ore. He said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Her forehead. Yes. Don't tell me you're trying to tie these two things together. Those being the shooter's voice, heard by Lamier Ore, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latos and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make some sense. Though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really, it seems pretty simple to me. Her forehead. Don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story simply makes no sense. Think. That night my guitar caught fire. Yes. The cause may have indeed been this. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. That's right, of course. The guitar caught fire during Lamier Ore's song. Indeed, yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. Yes, that must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this, specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? A detective in the sky heard shots and found the body. All this happened in the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Matthew was in that dressing room at the time. Where are you going with this, Mr. Justice? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Just before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on his headset, telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavvin's guitar burst into flame. We know that the remote triggered igniter was inside the guitar. From all these facts, we can draw only one conclusion. The crime did not take place during the third act, but during the ballad performance, the second act. What? Order, order, order. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of that song. Yes, he's right. Look, the bullet is supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. Reversed, Prosecutor Gavin. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes, the shooting could have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet her forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after, but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovery by moving the body? That was the final touch to make us think he had followed the lyrics the whole way. Order, order, order. That would explain this most unusual situation. It does. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set, but not for the second. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. It sounds good, I'll give you that. You've given us a reason why the killer bothered following the lyrics of my song. But I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed. Yes, a contradiction in her forehead. One I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window of the scene was closed. How could the mirror have heard a voice through it? I know that you would like to divert our attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. The mural's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch. And near the crime scene, we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an invader. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lemire heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Okay, Justice, you've got one thing to prove, and one thing only. Lemire heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Think, how was Lemire able to hear the voice? When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment I was afraid you might be Borginian too. As I was saying, Lemire could not hear the voice through that window, so there can only be one explanation. She heard the voice from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. And here I thought you and Goodsense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Goodsense speak two entirely different languages. Shall I interpret for you, Her Forehead? Lemire repeatedly stated she heard the voice through that small window, and there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another small window at the scene? There is. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lemire heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where this location was. Lemire heard the voice from here. This is where Lemire heard that voice from. But that's no small window, that's the air vent. What did she tell us? She says she's a Brokinian unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Now you've done it. You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lemuel was up in the ventilation system, listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes? Logical. I do not think this word means what you think it means, Miss Her Forehead. What about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lemire be in the ventilation system, hiding like a rat? No offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple, Prosecutor Gavin, isn't it, Lemire? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. Lemire, the small window through which you heard the voice, was up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall. Yes, it was up on the ceiling. What? That's an air vent, not a window. Order, order, I will have order. Witness, you will clarify this statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were up above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact I was. I am sorry, I never imagined it would become such an important point. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you this is a murder trial. We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Yes, I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. Bound to secrecy. In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. You say you were in the middle of your performance, so this did happen during the second set. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I only know what I heard. Yes, but you must tell us what you were doing, in detail. That's what the cross-examination is for, yeah, for her forehead. Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. No obligation, no binding pact may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you going to do, Matala? I'm going to find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. No, I mean, I think it's fairly obvious why she was in the ceiling, right? Lemire, truth be told, the reason for your presence above that ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. As we can see, Lemire was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic, Lemire wasn't capable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. So the only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo, what, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer, I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There's only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage to the backstage to the rear of the forum. Recall Lemire's testimony from yesterday. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. She went from the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lemire knew of this because of her part in the illusion, but she wasn't the only one who knew. What? Just now in the lobby, Matchy told me something. I know if I open a vent, I can leave stage and backstage. He said that. Were you not informed, Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course, and I had no idea of the route that would be used. Why didn't that magician tell me? Magicians only reveal details of their acts on a need-to-know basis. They're the bread and butter of a magician's life, you know? Which is why he bound Lemire to secrecy. Well, Lemire, I am impressed, Mr. Attorney. Matchy was right about you. So, what does this mean? Are you saying you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why is that, Your Honor? As I said before, there was a very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. That is a good question. Can the witness explain this to the court? I cannot. Very well, Mr. Justice. Yes, it's all up to you. Do your thing. What thing, Your Honor? You need to explain how Lemire was able to teleport like she did. Or I'm throwing your case out with the bathwater. Why do I get picked on? It's Lemire who isn't going wrong from here. As I have stated before, I am not at liberty to speak of the illusion at night in detail. Then you'll just have to tell us what you can. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it'll be your job to wring the truth out of her. Yes, if you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There's an emergency exit in the backstage, where a stagehand waited. From there, one can enter the forum on the opposite side from the stage. The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something, as does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor. All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lemire is saying and what we can see plainly in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. You're supposed to be on my side here.
Hold it!
2 minutes. Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running in that cramped dark tunnel above the ceiling. Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Dark or lit, it makes no difference to me. That's true, but you're saying that on the night of the concert, you made the trip in 2 minutes. Yes, though I nearly didn't make it in time. You see, I stopped halfway. Lemire disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence for us. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Evidence explaining the discrepancy. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony.
Take that!
Lemire, do you happen to remember this brooch? The brooch. We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor, and you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. What? The brooch. It's gone. What? Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can be only one explanation. The Lemire ore we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lemire ore we see after are two different people. What? The brooch was found on the floor at the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lemire ore, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage at the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. Order, Prosecutor Gavin. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case. Her judge. I, of course, knew about it. What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't hiding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. So I was right. There was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lemire ore was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement Lemire ore? Why, the man behind the illusion, Valiant Grimary. It was Grimary. That's quite the illusion. I still don't get one thing. Yes. The switch happened before the tower rose, correct? So you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lemire ore is still singing, and she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo, that's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. The Gibboners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. You mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live, no recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lemire ore. Very well. Yes, do tell, and add it to your testimony. I had to keep singing even while I moved. You were singing. Yes. Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time, even when you're crawling above the ceiling toward the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing, when everywhere I go is the same darkness? But if you were singing while you were walking, that's right, wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? She was singing right over their heads after all. That is right. Are you sure? You would have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means. That old speaker, Apollo. The speaker. That speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's for monitoring the stage from this room. Monitoring. It pipes in a real-time feed from the stage microphones, useful for knowing when your set is coming up. Satisfied, that dressing room is fitted with a large speaker, playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So the Lemire ore singing in the ceiling sounded just like the Lemire ore singing over the speaker. Ingenious. Her voice was hidden by her voice. Lemire ore. I have just remembered something. Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes, it startled me, so I stopped singing. What? I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead, that mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, that machine, Apollo, the one that breaks music into tracks. This, I had completely forgotten about it. Let's take a listen. The song does stop there. It does. I must have missed it. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure. Now listen again. This is evidence indeed. I believe we are guilty of making a terrible mistake. The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lemire Orr's ballad. If that is true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter, which means that Darien Crescent could have done it. He wasn't on stage for the second set. Well, Prosecutor Kevin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that, Prosecutor Gavin?
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
Her forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it. Yet it is entirely based upon Lemire Orr's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendant?
Objection!
But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is as yet unclear, until we hear directly from the man himself. The man? You don't mean... Yes, though he is a friend and band member, Darien Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. As someone with a new perspective on the case, as a suspect, to be frank. Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole, and I'm ready to catch him. Darien Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. Apollo, I can't believe it. It really happened during the second act. And right in the middle of Lemire Orr's performance. The reason why she was in that air vent, and that switch and the flaming guitar. When you link it all together, that's what you end up with. I knew you had what it took. Daddy. Mr. Wright, you believed in me. Not really. I just thought that would make a cooler entrance than say hiya. And why do I even bother hoping? Where have you been lately, Daddy? You haven't been coming to the office at all. Sorry about that, Trucy. I'm on a secret mission. Secret? You mean like you're undercover? Like Mr. Letos, only shorter and not as well dressed. Oh no, what if you're shot too, Daddy? Would I do a thing like that to you? Anyway, I'm off for a while again. You're leaving. One thing before I go. What? Good luck. Right. Is that all you came to say? I think you have things pretty much under control, but you'll get Machi Togepi off the hook, no doubt. Yeah, but you're after that detective, aren't you? Darien Crescent. It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. The current court system. What did Prosecutor Gavin say during the trial? Your case is based on one fragile assumption, namely that Ardeva Divine is telling the truth. But what about all the proof? The brooch and the switch? That piece of jewelry in the lyrical blunder. There are plenty of other ways to explain these things. The flaming guitar, too. All because you lack definitive proof of their connection to the case. But if this sultry songstress is lying, your case melts like butter in a frying pan, leaving behind the faintly singed scent of failure. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck, and be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. That reminds me, I have something to give you from our detective friend, Detective Sky. Emma, let's see, this bag of snacks here was meant for me. Here it is. What are those, Daddy? They don't look like very good snacking material. They were found at the scene. Analysis of the fingerprints revealed traces of gunpowder. Gunpowder. Probably a firecracker or something similar, like the ones kids are into these days. These fragments were found under the sofa at the scene of the crime. Actually, under the sofa. Apollo, that's where we found that little device thing. Right. This. Well, find me some evidence that makes sense. That's all from me, I suppose. See you after the verdict. Maybe. Right. Every man has an igniter inside him. Excuse me. Find Darien Crescent's igniter and set it off. And he walked out the door just like a magician, normally. What does he want us to do? No conventional methods. What does that mean? I guess we just have to take his advice and hope it makes sense when the time comes. I guess. We're almost at the finish line. Hang in there, Trucy. Court is now back in session. Prosecutor Gavin, where is Detective Presley? In the witness lounge, ready to be called at any time. Very well. Might I add, I don't believe any of this. Darien was the first detective I ever worked with. We stopped working together when he moved to Criminal Affairs Division 3, but his guitar playing It fires my imagination. That's nice, but has nothing to do with the matter at hand. Correct? I know, her forehead. Very well. Call the final witness to the stand. Detective Darian Crescent. Name and occupation, please. Darian Crescent, Detective, Criminal Affairs, Division 3. That's the International Affairs Division, for those of you who didn't know. And I'm a guitarist for the Diviners. Maybe you've heard of us. Do you fully understand the circumstances under which you stand before us today? Yeah, I understand, Your Honor. What I don't understand is how you let this happen, partner. You gave me your word I wouldn't be standing here. The situation's changed, Darian, and don't call me partner. So much for old friends. I see what you're doing, Darian. You're pressing the prosecution. Your Honor, if we could begin the trial. It's high time we did. Let's hear your testimony. You may begin with your response to Lamier Orr's testimony, if in fact you have anything to say about it. Oh, I got plenty to say. Lying must be a national pastime in Volcania. And wherever you're from, Mr. Justice. Conventional methods are out the window. Here goes nothing. The diva's lying plain and simple. She's got nothing to back up her story. In the first place, she never heard my voice. She forgot the word because she heard gunshots. As if. Didn't Detective in the Sky hear those gunshots during the third set? Anyway, the shooting took place when I was on stage, man. So you claim Lemire Orr's testimony was a lie. Don't get me wrong, I dig what she's doing, trying to protect that kid. And she's got the court eating vague statements out of her hand just 'cause she's blind. You go too far, Darian. Look, all I'm saying is, you've got a reliable witness. Why not listen to the detective? Detective Sky, I see. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. You didn't waste any time finding our weak spot. I can't do this with Lemire Orr's testimony alone. I'll have to find some other way to prove when the shooting took place.
Objection!
Some things were found at the crime scene after yesterday's trial. What things? The first was this small device. That's the remote-triggered igniter. Correct. And one more thing. What are those? The remains of something burnt. Not another guitar, I hope. Traces of gunpowder were found on these fragments. We have a report that was something like a firecracker. How did Captain know about this? What? You think Detective Sky works for you? I received the report this morning before coming here. That's when I made my decision, actually. What decision is this, Prosecutor Gavin? I registered Darian as a witness in today's trial, just in case. This raises another possibility. Those gunshot-like sounds during the third set could have been two firecrackers rigged to go off by remote control. You got an active imagination, don't you? But you shouldn't say every little thing you think. Your explanation there seems a bit too convenient for me. How so? So you're saying these firecrackers just happened to go off? right when two witnesses came walking by. That's right. Darian was out on stage when it happened, Apollo. How would he know someone was backstage right then? If a firecracker goes off in the forest and there's no one there to hear, you get my drift. Why go through the trouble, man? How do I explain this? He may not look it, but Darian is a gifted detective. Show any weakness and he's sure to find it. He may not look it, partner. Thanks, man. That reminds me, I happened to pass through that very hallway several times myself that day, and I saw something odd there just before the third set. Something odd. A headset, the kind all the band and staff members were wearing. That's right. We picked this up in front of the door to that dressing room. What if that headset wasn't propped, but placed? And what if it was turned on? You could hear what was going on in that hallway, even if you were out on stage. Whose side are you on, Gavin? Listen to me, Darian. There are no sides in the court of law. Which is why I now turn to you, her forehead. I have a question for you. For me, the igniter and the burnt fragments that were found at the scene of the crime. It's certainly a possibility that they were part of a ruse to fake the sound of gunshots. Throw the headset from the hallway into the mix, and you could fabricate an alibi. But we're still no closer to proving anything. Those gunshots might have been real or fake. We can't say. You've raised the possibility that the shots heard during the third set were faked. Now you need to prove the other half of the case. The other half. Look, I'll just tell him. He wants you to prove the thing went down in the second act, while our little piano player was on stage. That right, Gavin? Indeed, if you can't prove that, then to continue this cross-examination would be pointless. Well, Mr. Justice, can you prove the crime took place during the second act? Yeah, I think. You had better know, Apollo, otherwise we're through. It can be proven. You make it sound like someone else is going to come along and do it for you. Let's continue with the cross-examination then, shall we? Witness your testimony, if you would. This isn't going to be easy. I need some decisive proof and fast. You ready, kid? 'Cause I am.
Objection!
It seems there was clear proof left behind. Right here in Lemire Orr's song. Her song. What exactly is this device thinking? A new variety of gramophone, perhaps? Come on, we just used this, and don't get me started on gramophone. This device was used to record the performance part by part. You move the sliders to adjust the volume. Each instrument is adjustable separately, Lemire Orr's voice included. But what does this prove? According to Lemire Orr's testimony, at the moment of the shooting, she forgot the words to the song. You intend to examine the recording at that moment, yeah? We might even hear those gunshots. Exactly. Ridiculous. How are you supposed to hear gunshots back in that dressing room out on stage? Have you forgotten, Darian? We are all wearing these headsets. We were all deeply involved in our performance, but Lemire's headset would have picked up what she heard all the same. Then let's get to analyzing that recording. Right now, Lemire stopped singing when you heard the shots fired. Find that spot and I'll find the gunshots. Okay, so this thingy again.
Take that!
Your Honor, listen closely to this part. This is a track with Lemire's vocals. I did hear something faintly there, yes. Why, it sounded like a gunshot. What? This has to be some kind of mistake. I believe a case has been made. Gunshots were heard during the second set, which means Lemire's testimony was true. Order. So, she was telling the truth about what she heard. It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latos. Well, what did he say? It's over. Press the switch. Now. Just after that, there was a gunshot, and then the guitar caught fire. Detective Crescent, you weren't on stage during the second set. He could have done it. But why did we only hear one gunshot on the recording? Weren't two bullets fired from this weapon? Lemire was moving through the vent, Your Honor. She must not have been close enough for her mic to catch the first shot. But then, as she passed over the dressing room, the gun fired again, and Mr. Latos' life was taken. Well, Detective Crescent, once again I am reminded of something. Our performance that day. Your performance. Seeing the mixing board jogged my memory. You were there too, her forehead. What is it with today? Problem after problem. Acto. My hog won't start. My guitar case is busted. My guitar's been burnt to a crisp, and to top it all off, someone's dead. And then there was the performance just now. What was that all about? This part is off. Which is that? Second guitar. It was you, Darian. I thought it strange at the time. How could you miss such a simple cue? I know you. I know how you play. You're better than that. Yeah, well, You what? And Prosecutor Gavin, what are you getting at? I'm talking about the murder weapon, Mr. Latos' .45 caliber hand cannon. As we have heard, even the shooter doesn't go unscarred with a revolver that size. The kickback is enough to dislocate your shoulder if you're an amateur. Wait, you mean his playing was affected because he hurt himself shooting that revolver? You are forgetting something. Yes, Detective Crescent. I am a trained police officer, you know? I have had firearms training. Plenty of it. I'm no amateur. The standard sidearm issued to police officers is a .38 caliber weapon, a much tamer beast. Also, the murder weapon belonged to the victim, Mr. Latos, which suggests there was a struggle between killer and victim. So the killer might not have been holding the revolver correctly when he fired. Is that what you mean? The thought had occurred to me, yes. Well, does the witness have anything to say to this? Detective Crescent. What I want to ask is what Mr. Speeds rolled up ready for action has to say. Hey you, attorney. Me. Exactly which piece of your evidence is decisive again? You got a little noise on a tape that could be anything, and you have an alleged guitar cue missed due to a 45 caliber kickback. I weep for this case, Gavin, I really do. You can line up your little weak pieces of evidence all you want. I didn't shoot that manager, and that's the obvious truth. The witness has a point. The defense's arguments, while persuasive, are not decisive. I believe we should hear what the witness has to say in response to the case so far. Your testimony, please, Detective Crescent. Tell us your reasons why you couldn't have done it. Come on, why would I even want to kill that manager? You want a reason? Easy. I got no motive, man. This was Aviva's first trip to this country, right? How could I possibly know her manager? If I didn't know him, why would I want to kill him? A simple reason indeed. Prosecutor Gavin, is it the case that Mr. Latos had not been to our country before? According to our records, yes, not even once. I see. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. Great. Now I need to find a motive.
Objection!
Your Honor, take a look at this. What's that? Looks like candy. It's not. Don't lick it, please. Detective Crescent, ever seen this? Looks like a piece of candy. What it is evidence. Don't lick it before you try it. Specifically, this is a replica of a cocoon. It was found among the victim's belongings. A cocoon. Never seen one that color. It is a variety only found in the Republic of Orkinia. Nowhere else. Alright, but what is this cocoon replica doing in my courtroom? Surely this has nothing to do with the motive for killing Mr. Latos. Does it? It does. Wait. I mean, I think it does. You don't sound so confident, man. A cocoon. Is it one of those silky cocoons? The kind that you can make, well, silk out of? Not this one. This cocoon makes a powerful curative. A curative? For what? Apparently it is most efficacious at treating a disease thought incurable. It is the only medicine of its kind. However, it is illegal to take one of these healing cocoons out of Orkinia. Whatever for? If it's such a miracle cure, why not share it with the world? Yeah, that's what I've been wondering. We looked into the matter at some length. Apparently it isn't difficult at all to manufacture the remedy from the cocoon. Yet if you change the process only slightly, you can easily make a large quantity of something else entirely. A deadly poison. In fact, what? There was an incident several years ago where some of these got onto the black market. It caused quite the commotion in the global community. though the media was kept largely unaware. Intriguing. While this was led to a strict ban on the cocoon's export, one rigidly enforced by Interpol among others. Interpol. Right. The victim, Lomaine Matos, was an Interpol agent. Detective Crescent, you insist on referring to him as a manager, but that is misleading. Lomaine Matos wasn't killed as a manager. He was killed as an undercover agent. So I was trying to smuggle this gumball into the country. That's what you're trying to say? I'm saying that could well be a motive for the murder. So I was going to sell it on the black market, make myself a pretty penny. Ridiculous. I mean totally unthinkable. Unthinkable, you say? Why? Oh, there goes my mouse. Come back here, mouse, do not run away. Perhaps it's time for another testimony about the smuggling of cocoons business. International Affairs got a memo about these cocoons. Interpol's all hot and bothered about it. Can't sell them on the black market. Too dangerous. Yeah, cocoon smuggling ain't exactly lucrative anymore. Man, I'm in international affairs. I know the deal. Indeed, Interpol wanted these cocoons bad enough to send Mr. Lutos undercover. You kids think up the craziest things, but no way am I going to risk life in them just to get my hands on some dirty cocoon money. Not the most noble statements, but duly noted. According to reports, these cocoons top Interpol's list. Selling them to an underground organization would be risky. Very well, you may begin the cross-examination. This is the only motive I've got. He was up to something, and I'm going to find out what. Why not choose a less dangerous buyer then? I would. How clueless are you? Everyone in the market's dangerous. The second they found out I was a cop, I could kiss my keister goodbye. Why sell to a black market buyer? How about someone like this? That article, that's about the Chief Justices. A deadly poison can be extracted from the cocoon, but so can a cure. And not a cure for just any disease. A cure for incuritis. Incuritis. I've heard of that somewhere. He went to visit a victim of the disease this morning. Why, that's a disease the Chief Justice's son has. You aren't saying. Our witness is a detective. He would have contact with the Chief Justice. You are saying the Chief Justice would never deal in contraband, not even to save his own son's life. But even if the deal went through, why, it would be an international scandal. That's Detective Preston's insurance. If word ever got out, one with his neck on the line would be the Chief Justice. Detective Preston, is this true? First I'm a murderer, now I'm a smuggler. How many crimes are you trying to pin on me anyway? Distasteful as it is to think about, if the Chief Justice were the buyer, why, a seller couldn't hope for a better deal. A very cowardly seller. Don't let sleeves over there trick you. So I made the deal with the Chief Justice. Where's your proof? Oh well? Oh yeah, and you're forgetting one other important thing. Do tell. Interpol isn't the only ones out there watching this. Organian Customs barely sleeps. They're so worried about cocoons getting out. So we were informed. Let's continue with the cross-examination.
Objection!
Actually, there is one way. What? One way to get something out of the country. No checks. What is it? You become a prosecutor. A prosecutor? I don't believe it. Believe it, Prosecutor Gavin. What was it that you told me yesterday at your office? It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. The guitar befitting a woman like Lemire Orr. How did it end up here? I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Bulgaria. That it is. We couldn't carry it on the plane. Changes in air pressure and humidity ruined the wood. So we vacuum packed it in the Lemire Orr studio. I used a special shipping service available to me for transporting evidence. They brought it right up to my office for me. Pristine and untouched. Did I get that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Untouched. Quite. The guitar was wrapped in several sheets in a vacuum pack in Bulgaria. The pack was untouched until the day of the concert. Are you saying that guitar was... with cocoons this small? It would have been very easy to use your guitar as a mule to smuggle the cocoon out of Bulgaria. What? Which reminds me, Prosecutor Gavin, that guitar had some work done on it recently, right? Work. Good memory, her forehead. Well, you know how guitars have a round hole in front? It is called the sound hole. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. A broken device. Yes, this in fact. An igniter. Exactly. Consider this, if you will. What if that igniter wasn't the only thing that was attached inside your guitar? You, you mean, he means this, of course. There was a way to get a cocoon out of the country. They could use Piggy Prosecutor Captain's privileged guitar as a mule. And who better to do that than someone with access, like a member of the band? Order, order, order. So the igniter was placed in there for a clear reason, it seems. It was a safety precaution. A precaution. Her forehead. At last it all comes together. Every strange thing that happened that day. Care to review. Maestro, the gentle sounds of Lemire Orr's ballad, if you would. First, my keys were stolen, a harmless misdemeanor, which forced me to break the lock on my guitar case. The key was stolen to retrieve the cocoon from the guitar. I see. But things didn't go so well. The smuggler wasn't counting on the guitar being wrapped. Only a member of the band could get near that case. Unwrapping the guitar would raise too many suspicions. And then the concert began. Right about this time, a very large problem presented itself to the smuggler. What's that? Mr. Latos. Mr. Latos, an undercover agent, was on to something. He would have known about the guitar. He would only have to check the shipping records. So, Mr. Latos tried to examine the guitar himself. If the cocoon were confiscated, then the gig would be up. The only thing left for the smuggler to do was get rid of the whole lot. It's over. Press the switch now. The guitar burst into flames, and the cocoon was lost. And then Mr. Latos died, with Lemire Orr there to witness it. There's your case. Brilliant man. Detective Crescent, I gotta know you make all that up on the fly? For a made-up story, it makes us a great deal of sense, Darian. The Republic of Borginia. Sorry, man, but I haven't even been there. True, you haven't. Let's see you make up a story for that, kid. How did I hide the cocoon in the first place? It's not so hard to imagine. You had help, a Borginian accomplice. And that's all. That you had an accomplice was clear from the start. The voice Lemire Orr heard proves it. It's over. Press the switch now. You made this transmission from backstage, while your co-conspirator was on stage. But who was it? This is it, the coup de grace. For once I know what I'm doing. There's only one person who could have helped him. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say then. But be warned, with a great accusation comes great responsibility. Make up your answer on the fly, as it were, and you'll be harshly penalized. Are you ready, Mr. Justice? Who was the smuggler's accomplice?
Take that!
There's only one person who meets all the requirements of the accomplice, and that person is the defendant, Machi Kobayi. But Mr. Justice, he's your client. A defense attorney accusing his client. That's a new one. I assure you, no one is more unhappy about this than I. But I am here to defend him in the murder of Mr. Latos, and I stand by my statement earlier that he is innocent of that particular crime. Indeed, the defendant is Volcanian. He does meet the basic requirements to be the accomplice. But what if it was in fact family lore? It couldn't have been. Well, you seem sure of yourself. The reason is electronic signals, Your Honor. Electronic signals. Recall that this remote only works to a range of 30 feet. Beyond that, it's useless. Yes, that's true. Now think back to the testimony. When the shooter made his transmission, Lemire Orr was in the air vent, right above the dressing room where the shooter stood. Let's look at the stage diagram. This is the area that the remote could reach from the vent. Well, looking at this, it seems that Lemire Orr still could have done the deed. No, when the shooter made that transmission, the stage was slightly different than shown here. It was in the middle of the guitar serenade. Part of the stage was raised. Prosecutor Gavin and the Lemire Orr stand-in were in the air. They were on a tower which happens to be 15 feet tall. In other words, the remote couldn't have worked from Lemire's Orr position in the air vent. Well, Detective Crescent, what do you say to that? Your Honor. Yes, Detective? Could we see the video where Gavin's guitar burns? Just one more time? Well, I don't see why not. What? Don't tell me he has a way out of this. Too bad, so sad, punk. The punk? First you were sleeves, then kid, now punk. You're losing rank fast, Apollo. What exactly were we supposed to see in this video? The problem isn't in what we see, correct, Darian? Right, it's what you hear. We are musicians after all. Care to explain for us non-musicians? Sure thing, punk. Let me get your yarn straight first. You're saying I ordered the lead pianist to set off that late lighter. That right? Yes. Well, in order to do that, you'd have to press the switch. Am I right? Okay. Well, take another listen. Pay attention to the piano. Piano. What seems to be the problem there? The piano sounded just fine. And that's the problem. Man, you still don't get it? Yeah, how's he supposed to hit that switch if he's playing? You've got Miss Diva the guitar, the bass, the piano, and the drums. The only one with her hands free was Diva. Lemire. But according to you, she couldn't have been the accomplice, could she? Your accomplice would have had a hard time helping out if they couldn't even press a switch. The switch was in the piano. The piano was the switch, more or less. The piano plays non-stop. He couldn't have pressed that switch. Well, Mr. Justice, the piano does seem to be playing when the guitar catches fire. Oh, well, it's okay. We all make mistakes sometimes. Apollo, were you wrong? I can't be wrong. Everything makes perfect sense. How could it all just... strange? Oh, what's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. Odd. Mr. Justice, if Machitobi didn't press that switch, then he could not be the accomplice you claim he is. But everything points to it. Every fact says he's the accomplice. You got the facts wrong, man. Here's some facts for you. Gavin's guitar is on fire, but the pianist didn't press that switch. In other words, your story is full of holes. Mr. Justice, let's hear your final opinion on this matter. Was the defendant Machitobi the accomplice? Your answer will reflect on everything you said here. Give it some thought. Apollo, if Machi's not the accomplice, then our whole case is ruined. I know that.
Mr. Bell
It has to be him.
Oh, court dramas.
Yes, court drama, court intrigue, and all kinds of other intrigue like smuggling and murder. It's just all kinds of drama. Welcome to the stream, Misty. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. He was the only one who could have helped the smuggler. I also hope the audio is not too bad. Today's the first day of using a new headset, since my other one broke. From what I am seeing, it seems like everything is fine, but I feel like I should make sure, so. He had to have pressed that switch. Well, you had better find a way to prove it. What do I do? What do I do? There has to be something that doesn't fit. Something odd. Something odd. Wait a second. What? You thought of something? What was Captain saying just now? Strange. Oh, what's strange? No, it's just... something's odd about the performance there. It's not much to go on, but it's all I've got. What exactly did he hear that was odd? Have you come up with something, Mr. Justice? May I remind you that everything rests on this. Can you prove that Chitobi pressed that switch? Let's hear your final answer. Can you prove that Machitobi? Yes, I can. I can prove it. I don't know if you call this proof per se, but I can prove it was possible. Then, as prosecutor, it falls to me to ask you to show us the supporting evidence. Her forehead. You're sure about this? Accept it. There's no evidence, man. Let's see your evidence, Mr. Justice. On what do you base your claim that the defendant pressed the switch? The mixing board again.
Take that!
The basis for my claim is music, Your Honor. Music. What about music? Let's listen to the piano part around the time when the switch was to be pressed, right before the guitar burst into flame. I hear a piano being played, but doesn't it sound kind of simple? Simple. I think I know what he's suggesting. You think Machi could have played that part with one hand? One hand? He only needed one hand to press that switch. He could play the piano with the other. What, so you're some kind of piano savant? Actually, no. Then what do you know? You can't play a part like that with one hand. Maybe. I don't know what I'm talking about here. Wait, I know. Hey, Trucy. Yeah, you got something? Mr. Wright, your father, he's a pianist. Could he? Daddy? He couldn't play a part like that even if he had 3 hands. So sorry. So sad for you. No, not really. That was just the easy way to prove it. There's always the hard way. Man, how are you going to prove whether he played it with one hand or 2? You can't. I admit it would be rather difficult to prove, but it's highly likely he was only playing with one hand. How do you know that? The clue is what Prosecutor Gavin described as sounding odd. What sounded odd? I'll bet we can tell by listening to a certain part of the song. No. No way! Well, it seems we've come to the moment of truth at last. Let's hear what Mr. Justice has to say for himself. Show us the part that proves the defendant was playing with one hand, right before the guitar burst into flame. Machi was definitely playing one-handed just before the guitar caught fire, and one section of the song proves it. Let's see.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, I'm sure you've realized by now just what it was that sounded odd to you. As I'm sure you've realized it yourself, her forehead. Realize what? I'll demonstrate. Let's listen to the part in question again, shall we? Pay particular attention to the but a fleeting melody phrase. Man, man, man. How many times do we have to listen to the same thing? You're right. Enough of that. Let's listen to another section, shall we? Another section. The guitar burst into flame at the end of the second verse. Let's listen to the same spot in the first verse. Pay attention to Oh That Night in your imperlate race. But play verse 2 again. There, did you hear that? They feel the same, true, but they're clearly very different. What? Well put, Your Honor. The phrase in verse 2 is quite simple, but the same phrase in verse 1 has high and low notes. You would have to use two hands to play that for sure. Well, what's that prove? I would think you would know that by now. This is why I hate dealing with amateurs, man. So the two verses had different arrangements. Happens all the time. Not this time, Darian. There's no point in changing an arrangement if you can't hear it clearly.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
That wasn't the point. I had him play specifically so that the piano would stay in the background. That was what I noticed. Why should the same phrase sound slightly different? I asked myself. Now ask yourselves why Matchy changed how he played. And there's only one answer. He needed a free hand in order to press the switch. Order, order, order. I believe this ties all the facts together. Well, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, quite. Though personally this comes as a terrible disappointment. But no comeback. I can't believe it. I finally did it. I shut him up. Very well. Barring an objection from the prosecution, I will now state the court's opinion on this matter. Good show, Sleeves. No, great show. It's not over. I don't like it when he looks so happy. You tell him, Gavin. Tell him what's so disappointing. Personally, I'm terribly disappointed. And you, her forehead. Me? Yes, don't get me wrong. Your case is solid. The facts all check out. But even now, you have yet to show us a single piece of decisive evidence. Yeah, but the facts. Anyone can see it was him. Unfortunately, anyone does not include the law. I'm afraid your case doesn't cut it. But 1,000 facts might point toward the same conclusion, but without decisive evidence, it's not proof. That's the rule under our current legal system. I don't believe it. It does not seem as though the defense has any more evidence to present. Oh, I think if he did, we already would have seen it a long ways back. It is unfortunate, but at present this court is unable to acknowledge your accusation. What? The truth is staring us all right in the face. Why can't they see it? What's the point of a legal system that protects criminals? Apollo, remember what Daddy said? It won't be easy proving he did it, especially not under the current court system. So what do I do? Like I said, good luck. And be aware that it will be impossible to prove his guilt by conventional methods. Every man has an igniter inside him. Find Darian Crescent's igniter and set it off. I wonder what he meant by every man's igniter. I think he just meant a weak spot, no? The kind of thing that a single spark could turn into wildfire. of emotion. I won't be able to press them further by conventional means. I've got to find a weak spot in the sky, something fatal. So, can I get back to work now, or what? It may look like I got a lot of time on my hands, but I got no more time to play pretend with this deadweight attorney. Well, Mr. Justice, we've come this far without decisive evidence. This witness won't be coming back to the stand once we let him go. Every man has an igniter. Didn't you say the better the guitar, the brighter it burns, Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, good guitars are kept dry, is why. That provides the best sound. Even a small spark could cause irreparable damage. Your plan has an igniter in it too, Detective. It was there from the very beginning. What? Fighting time, Justice. If you blow this one, he'll be out of your hands for good. Go for it, Apollo. What, and this igniter's supposed to come burn you up? That's almost poetic there, Mr. Attorney. All the better. I'm rather fond of poetry, and I intend to hear this one through to the very end. Her forehead. You are accusing this man, Daria Crescent, of 2 crimes, the murder of Mr. Latos and the smuggling of the Borginian cocoon. This is your last chance to prove your case. This trial has already run on for far too long. Mr. Justice, this will be my last warning. The moment this igniter of yours turns out to be a dud is the moment this cross-examination ends. Understood? Yes, Your Honor.
Spin-Diva said, "Hello."
Hello, Spin. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're having a fantastic existence. I apologize for any audio scuff. I am using a new headset today for the first time. I believe everything is fine, but I want to add that caveat just in case. And then let's have it. Show us the basis for these accusations against Daria Crescent.
Spin-Diva said, "This is the first time I've seen you stream."
Oh, is it? Well, I do hope you enjoy. We are very slow sort of stream, very turtley, having the qualities of a turtle, but we managed something, so lots of story. We do a lot of story stuff, because we do love some lore. This is really my last chance. The key that will take apart Daria Crescent's plan is your igniter isn't a piece of evidence. So what is? It is true that I couldn't show decisive evidence, but perhaps what I needed to prove my case was something else. You mean a witness? Proving his guilt is a tall order, but I've got just the person to do it.
Spin-Diva
Very well, Mr.
said,
Justice.
"Ads."
Oh no, ads! Who is this person who can prove Daria Crescent's guilt?
Take that!
The one person who can prove Daria Crescent's guilt is the defendant, Machi Toby. Your client, again. And ads should be wrapping up. 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back from the ad spin. I do believe you just came back at least. If the stingy is even close to correct. I guess I'm not sure if you heard the
Spin-Diva said, "Yuppa."
earlier thing, but I do hope you enjoy the stream. I am very much a turtle, so we are a little slow, but we do what we do. Lots of story. We do love our stories. Just chilling in the lake, telling tall tales. Your client again. Matchy Toby was an accomplice to the cocoon smuggling plot. Without him, Daria and Crescent could not have gotten the cocoon. Furthermore, he could easily prove that the one who tried to smuggle that cocoon is the real criminal in this case. How so? It would require just one of the very cocoons Mr. Lactose was looking for. With the cooperation of the Republic of Borginia, we could burn a cocoon. The burnt cocoon would leave a particular residue. A residue we would, no doubt, also find inside the burnt out guitar. Very scientific of you. Thus, if Machitopi acknowledges his agreement with Daria Crescent concerning the attempted smuggling of a Vulcanian cocoon, the case is solved. Darian's laughing again. Your unrelenting passion is remarkable. You really want to get me, don't you? Too bad you'll never be able to. Why not?
Spin Dash Diva said, lol, he has dick hair.
Yeah, he does, doesn't he? That is definitely. I don't remember the exact name for it, but that was usually a haircut associated in Japan with punks. There's a specific name for it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. Yeah, but I've seen it before. It does look like it, doesn't it? Especially with the tip painted the way it is.
Spin Dash Diva
Pompadour, there you
Pompadour.
go. Yes, Pompadour. That's the word. The little key tickler won't acknowledge anything. Especially not anything to do with cocoon smuggling. He also kind of looks like he's trying to cosplay as that VTuber that's a shark. Unless that's just me, but that's almost what it looks like he's trying to do as well. What's this all about? Taking a cocoon out of the country means death. By Borginian law. See, I mean, look at it, right? Yeah, see? If our pianist really was a smuggler, then testifying about it would be suicide. Believe me, he's not talking. But you're wrong, Detective Crescent. What? It's the other way around. If Matchy doesn't admit to smuggling here, he's in deep trouble. How? Look, if Matchy admits to smuggling here, then he'll be tried in our courts by our laws. You don't get the death penalty for smuggling in our country. The victim in this case was an undercover Interpol agent. I'm sure that news has already reached Borginia, and they'll likely broadcast our dealings in court today, including the part about the Borginian cocoon. Yeah, but... It doesn't help he keeps flipping it and flopping it. Please stop playing with her. In court. If Matchy doesn't admit to stop smuggling now, he'll eventually be picked up by the Borginian police. And it's not like he's in any danger in our court. We're not going to find him guilty of murder here. Not now. Yeah, but you can't do this. You can't accuse me. Maybe the law doesn't allow it, but who's going to think you're really innocent after hearing this trial? The same goes for Machitobayu. The cocoon smuggling your entire plan. Machitobayu knows everything. There's only one way out of it for him, and that's to acknowledge his own crime. The crime of cocoon smuggling. I think I'm going to do this just real quick.
Stream Elements
Don't worry there.
look who's decided to come
I'll
swimming with us.
I'll
This
get
is
you
their
out
channel,
of the country. I'll set you up someplace. A hidden mansion.
www.twitch.tv/spindashadiva.
Real nice. You want a house made out of cookies? Or no, a house made out of pianos? Come on. Please. What the hell is going on with his hair right now? Okay. Darn, I consider that my last session with you. We rocked. I'm guessing we can treat that outburst as a confession. He's laughing again. There's a kind of sick desperation in it now,
Spin-Diva
though.
said, Brew 18-hour stream for $18. Charge more. Your time is worth more than $1 an hour.
Well, whether that is true or not, I'm honestly happy with just $18. I mean, when money is tight, yes. Is what it is. Well, have you been listening to today's trial? Yes, and you'll talk. You'll tell this court everything. I did want it to turn out this way, but I'm not the kind of lawyer that can overlook a crime. Today's trial was all for your benefit, you know? I see no reason why you should hesitate now. I know. From the beginning I knew. Matchy. Situation. I cannot explain. But money. I needed. Don't we all, friend? Don't we all? Very much money. Today's trial raises a delicate issue with our legal system. The only thing definite in the court of law is evidence. This is the golden rule. However, it has become apparent that not all things can be tried by this standard. Should another case of this sort surface, we may have to consider an alternate system by which to administer justice. Anyway, Mr. Machi Tobayu, yes, I promise you will receive a fair trial.
Said, the hairstyles are so crazy in this series. Mr. Dash plays.
In the series Mr. Dash plays? Which series is that? Anime hairstyles do have a tendency to be a little crazy. That's how you can tell who the protagonist is a crazy hairstyle. I promise you will receive a fair trial by the laws of our country. Or did you mean that in this series it's crazy and Mr. Dash plays this series? That could be it too. This is my first time playing Apollo Justice specifically. I've never played Apollo Justice, so all of this is completely new for me. I don't know anything about any of this. And it's bugging me because they keep teasing why Wright is no longer an attorney. And it's like, okay, I want to know what the heck happened. And how does he have a daughter now?
Said, truth, Mr. Dash plays the Ace Attorney series.
Yeah, they're pretty good series, pretty cool series. A little dramatic, and the hairstyles can be the people can be very silly. But they're a pretty good series. With regards to the current charges for the murder of Mr. Latos, this court is prepared to announce a verdict. Oh, that was such a cute little smile. I thank you. I only lie, but you see truth. You find truth. That's our job. Very well. This court finds the defendant, Machi Tobagi, not guilty. Yay! And so we've completed our second case of this game series. Court is adjourned. I wonder what will happen to Machi. Well, he did smuggle a cocoon out of Fort Kenya. I guess there'll be another trial here. All's well that ends well. Like, how did he turn into this? What happened in those 7 years? It keeps teasing us, and I don't know. We'll find out soon, though, eventually, hopefully. Daddy. I owe you both my thanks. Lemire or
Spin Dash Diva said, I want more realism. You don't win every case. Not everyone is a good guy. XD XD XD.
that is true. Not everyone is a good guy. There's some very bad people out there. My, is something wrong? I'm sorry. Well, when you think about the realism, a lot of things are not very realistic in this game, period, as far as the courts are concerned. There is so much unrealistic stuff. Machi was your partner on stage, your friend. Yes, I thought of him as my own son. Even now I do. Yet, something got a hold of him. Something evil. I see that. And he must pay for what he has done. Is that not how it should be? I'm still sorry. Do not be sorry. You have given me courage, and we kind of did find our defendant guilty in this particular case. Because he was guilty of smuggling. So he sort of not guilty. He was not guilty of murder, but not completely not guilty. You have given me courage. Courage. I am considering an eye operation. It was my suggestion, actually. You mean you'll be able to see again? It's funny. I've always been afraid of the light. Light seems so harsh, so unforgiving. According to the doctor, Lemire lost her sight due to some kind of accident. An accident. As you know, I suffer from amnesia. I feared that, if I could see, perhaps it would open my eyes to the truth I've been running from. I was scared. You know what changed her mind? Hearing your defense in there today. She could feel your gaze unwavering, always looking straight at the truth. If the light returns to my eyes, I think I will take up painting. Oh, that's pretty cool. Please don't quit singing, though. You have a beautiful voice. Painting. That's right, she's the landscape painter in Salem, after all. Maybe you can become a painter-singer. You can sing while painting. That could be your gimmick. That'd be kinda cool. Like the Bob Ross of singing, right? Yeah. I will paint the two of you, I promise. I can't wait, Lemire. I owe you my thanks too, Apollo. Thanks, Mr. Wright, but for what? You reminded me I need to hurry things along. On my Tell me what you're doing, bruh. Right, your secret mission. Apollo, Trucy, I hope that we will meet again someday soon. You bet. Me too. And so, like a ballad, the trial flowed on and on until it came to
Spin
an
Dash
end.
Diva said, I feel like getting high.
I can only officially condone that if you are in a state that allows it, I think. I'm still not sure on the TOS about that. But I feel like as long as it's legal in your state, I think that's a good thing. So you do what you want to do, friend. Let's just all chill and float like a ballad, flowing onwards and onwards. Thanks to the trial, the guitar serenade was a huge hit. Prosecutor Gavin's even more dazzled to look at now. But there's something I want to say to that guy. Next time you write a ballad, have them catch the killer at the end.
Spin Dash Diva said, it is here, they do the Delta 9 stuff.
That's what's up. I'm not completely clear on the TOS for Twitch about that. I'm not sure if it's just in general that you're not supposed to promote it, or, well, maybe not promote it, like promote it, you know? But I feel like if it's legal, you do you, you know? It's legal is legal. And as long as we're all adults enjoying ourselves, what's the point of hating on it, right? Okay. Next case. What are we going to solve next? Episode 4, Turnabout Succession. And that is the whole truth of this case. Mason. Oh shit, we're going to take on the Masons? I don't feel like I'm up for taking on some Freemasons now. The Freemasons run the country, run the world. I don't know about this one now.
Spin Dash Diva said, Bolshevism. Spin Dash Diva said, did you make your VTuber? It's so cute.
I did not. I commissioned it. And she is pretty cute, isn't she? I just told the person who commissioned it, who I commissioned, I just said I want a unicorn turtle. Turtle because I am a little slow, and we have a tendency to just sort of plod along. And unicorn because everybody has something that makes them special and beautiful. And so that's just sort of what I was going for. And this is what they came up with. I just gave them more or less free reign. And I do love how she came out. She is pretty cute, isn't she? Hey Apollo, look on TV. Look, look. Yeah, I'm kinda busy. Look at that. He's the last
Spin
Grand
Dash
Mary,
Diva
alright. Amazing.
Oh, I'm obsessed with classic Sonic, hee hee.
Yeah. Well, there are a lot of people who love Sonic. There's a reason it's one of the biggest names out there as far as video games. I mean, he's up there with, Mario and shit. A lot of people love Sonic. Apollo, you should be watching this. What? I was writing about our last case in my journal. Lawyers are supposed to write things in records, Apollo, not journals. And why now? That case was 3 months ago. Hey, it's a long story. I did a lot, I want to vacuum pack the field a moment for later. Right now I'm wowing the crowd by figuring out how Lemire Orr disappeared. That's right, Uncle Valent did that illusion too. But you're missing him on TV right now. I was just getting to the good part. I suppose I should watch a little TV with her. After all, her father's expecting me to look after her while he's away. What you're now seeing is a rehearsal for the greatest magic show on Earth, happening right here at our very own Sunshine Coliseum. The Sunshine Coliseum. That's where the Giveners concert was. Only 3 more days until miracles happen here, right before your unbelieving eyes. The legendary troupe Grand Mary is performing for the first time in 7 years. That's going to be great. I'm so there. You and Daddy are coming too. The legendary Grand Marys. If Trucy's real father were still alive, he would be on that stage performing miracles. I've got the tickets and everything. Here's yours, Apollo. Oh, thank you very much. I do love a magic concert. You are here, working hard or hardly working. How have you been? Hi there, stranger. Not exactly the kind of greeting I would want to hear from my own kid, though he has been gone a long time. How goes it, Trucy? Here, I got a present for you. Also, as far as the VTuber is concerned, I don't know if you have enough points saved up for a head pat, but I feel like my head pat is also very unique. It may or may not be a tentacle. Boo boo. Thank you very much for the head pats. Yeah, I like my tentacle. Even if it is a little off there. There we go.
Spin Dash Diva said, LMFAO everything is 69.
Yeah, we are a bit not say so. Pudding. I love food. I do love pudding. Farm fresh. How could? I guess maybe the milk is farm fresh or something? Maybe? Not just one pudding, but 3 whole cups? Yeah, you should pace yourself. Don't want to get fat. Well, I'm beat. That's right, Daddy. You're on a top secret mission. You've got to take it easy with the secrets, you know? How right you are. So you still can't tell us what your mission is. Maybe it is time. It has something to do with you, anyway. With me. Maybe you're getting a top secret mission too. Maybe you can be one of those guys. A spy. Can't I just be a defense attorney? To be honest, telling you about the mission was my whole reason for coming here today. What? Tell me. You've heard of the juris system, yes? The juris system. That's right. The new legal system everyone's talking about. Have you heard of it, Apollo? Maybe. Maybe not as many people are talking about it as I thought. The jurist system. But first we will examine the background and see if there's any dialogue. I can't believe you're using this cutting a person apart box as shelf space. You know, I used that trick on stage the other night. Imagine my surprise when I pulled one of my shirts out of the box. You should really examine your props before the show. That hat, is that a spare? It looks exactly like the one you always wear. That's the first rule of a professional. Be prepared. You know, I put it on the other day, and this strange white substance fell all over me. It was like magic, or like fingerprint powder. The plant, it intrigues you, doesn't it? Not really. It's just the only thing in here that doesn't have some secret function. No, no secrets. Lots of memories. And a name, too. Want to hear it? Not really. His name is Charlie, if you were curious. Really, I wasn't. Those legal books were left by my mentor. Too bad I gave up the practice before reading them. There's quite a few magic books in there too, you know? Those would be Trucy's. She'll remember they're there eventually, I'm sure. For a moment, I thought Mr. Wright might do some magic too. What a scary thought.
Said, why is there a floating fork with spaghetti?
That is a plastic spaghetti. In previous dialogue, she has said, Trucy has said it was one of the reasons she first started getting into magic, because she saw it at a display in the restaurant, and she was enamored by the illusion of the fork floating, even though it's not really floating because the spaghetti's plastic, but you know. A plate of plastic spaghetti for displaying in the shop. Where the heck does she get this stuff? But that's why it's there, as it was a birthday present, because it was the first thing that made her want to practice magic. Want to have a go at that ring, Apollo? No, I was just touching it. Come on, there's no need to be shy. Just slip it on. There. You're way too tense. You gotta loosen up there. The human body wasn't meant to bend like that. Careful there, Apollo. A lot of people run into that table, you know. Why, some client knocked the pot clean over the other day. Why not get a more sturdy table? Maybe the table is partially to blame. There's no maybe to this. That thing is a death trap. Well, I wouldn't go so far as a death trap, but no one's practicing the piano. As usual, even calling him a pianist is an insult to pianists everywhere. Okay, Apollo, I'm going to guess what you're thinking right now. What, was I making a funny face or something? I'm so hungry. I'm right? Of course I am. There's no of course about it. You guessed wrong. Besides, that's not what I'm thinking. It's what you're thinking. How did you do that? You read my mind, Apollo. At least you found that pudding. That's right. Try not to eat my share, will you? That magician in the photo, is that my real daddy? Yep. And yes, she has made multiple references to Phoenix not being her real daddy, so we still don't know what happened to Zach Granberry, but maybe we'll figure it out in this trial. He disappeared when I was little. I hung that up there so I wouldn't forget what he looked like. I see. She's smiling, but I'll bet the smile doesn't go very deep. Maybe he went out for milk and never came back. We have no idea. That looks like everything we can examine. Okay, let's talk to Wright. So, Daddy, what's this jury system thing? Well, Trucy, do you know what a jury is? I've heard of it. Isn't that those people who sit in court in those old courtroom dramas? The ones who get to decide if the guy's innocent or guilty. Do you know, Apollo? Only from TV. It's 12 people chosen from the community, right? Well, they're thinking about reviving that system. They're calling the new system the Juris system. No more doing whatever you like, Your Honor. Not quite that harsh. The jurors cooperate with the judge. They help analyze the case from different angles. There will be only 6 of them under the current proposal, right? Wow, you know your stuff, Apollo. Their findings directly affect the verdict. Hopefully, people will start taking the courts a little more seriously now. I feel like I'm on some kind of educational TV show, starring Dr. Wright. Dr. Wright, his assistant Trucy, and mascot Apollo, the perfect team. Mascot, hey. So, what is the secret mission? The jury system is my mission, more or less. Anyway, keep in mind...
Spin-Diva said, "That's Phoenix Wright. Brew, what happened?"
I feel like you're probably on an ad break right now. Maybe? Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yeah, and that's what I was saying earlier is, I don't know. 7 years. They keep teasing about what happened to him. But maybe we'll figure out in this current case. He has gone through some stuff, hasn't he, though? He's not an attorney anymore. He's a failed pianist. He even gets accused of murder in the very first case. He was gambling his life away with poker, drinking grape juice. Anyway, keep in mind that new ideas like this system are always risky, Apollo. And he has a daughter. That's his daughter, well, adopted daughter. And the case had something to do with her biological father?
Spin-Diva said, "Dumb, times are hard, yo."
Right? Well, maybe we'll figure out what happened. He was accused of falsifying evidence. But whether or not he did so or not, we don't know. But he did, in the very first case, give us falsified evidence to present, so we actually ended up accidentally presenting falsified evidence too, so maybe he did provide false evidence. Too true. Everyone's got an opinion and they just talk and nothing gets decided. Kind of like you, Apollo. I'm not that bad, am I? In any case, we're going to give it a shot. A test, if you will. I don't like tests. We'll take your case as a sample and choose 6 jurors. I'll be the one helping with that process. Incidentally, helping how? Well, for one, I'll be chair of the Jurist System Simulated Court Committee. The chair constructs the ideal situation, choosing the case, the jurist candidates, even the judge and the courtroom. Wow, it's like you have a real job for once. I was never that good at the piano, to be honest. Once a lawyer, always a lawyer, I guess. The trial's tomorrow, by the way. Don't miss it. The trial simulation, that is. A simulation. Sounds interesting. So, what kind of case is the trial simulation about? Well, since it is the first run-through of a new system, I wanted something simple. Good thinking. No sense wearing yourself out on something too serious. True. The case is a murder. That's not simple at all. By simple, did you mean that the defendant is guilty? Yes, most likely. So, good luck, Apollo. With what? With the trial tomorrow. You're defending, of course. Recall that I said it had something to do with you. Go for it, Apollo. It's just a test case anyway. No sweat. Yeah, but there's still a verdict to be decided. And a potentially serious sentence. The most serious in a worst case scenario. You mean the verdict's for real? I feel like we could probably get an appeal if we really needed to. Assuming, of course, you know this thing is realistic enough to have an appeal system. That's not a test trial, that's a real trial. All the forms have been filed. There's no turning back now. The trial begins tomorrow at 10 a.m. Hope you can make room in your schedule. Oh, why am I only hearing about this now? Yes, there was a change this morning. I picked a new case. Something that happened last night. Hey Apollo, I know you're all excited about that secret mission, but what about this? The True Cranberry Grand Magic Show. Right, the card tricks. They're not card tricks. They're grand illusions, miracles, the apocalypse, heaven and earth will shake. So what? That's 3 full days from now. It's at Sunshine Coliseum. Let's go. Let's go today. We can say hi to Uncle Ballant. Have fun. What? I can't go by myself. You know I'm not very outgoing. Right. Why not go with her? But what about the secret mission? Oh, don't worry about that. You'll hear all about it tomorrow, regardless. I don't trust that smile. He knows something that he's not telling me. Yippee! Now you can take me to the Coliseum. I suppose it wouldn't kill me to pop over there. Granberry, that reminds me. What's this, Daddy? Isn't that still Catholic Granberry seal? Consider it a birthday present, Trucy. Thanks, it's great, but today isn't my birthday. Good point. What day is it today, Apollo? Today? I think it's Recycle Your Plastics Day. Then it's Recycle Your Plastics present. Yippee! So it's plastic. I've given up trying to understand them. It's much easier that way. So what is it? Can I open it, Daddy? No. You'll need that envelope someday. Someday soon. Don't open it until then. Well, why didn't you just hold on to it until then? Because that would be the logical thing to do. An envelope about the Grandmarys. Okay. Alright, so what case are you going to use? You really want to know, don't you? Of course I do. I mean, I'm going to be defending Orkai. If all goes well, then yes, of course, this is just a test. We wanted everyone to start without preconceptions. A blank slate, as it were. There's a difference between having a blank slate and just being totally clueless. Whose dumb idea was that anyway? Well, mine. Committee chair, remember? Well, if you want to know that badly, I suppose I could give you permission to examine the scene of the crime. Good. That's better. But you can't talk to anyone involved with the case. What? Then how am I supposed to defend? You let me worry about the details there. Remember, I'm in charge of this trial. All of it. But you don't want it to backfire, do you? Apollo, if I am in charge of the whole trial, that means the entire affair is my responsibility, for good or for bad. Just do what you can, and don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Alright? I would recommend going down to the detention center. Your client's waiting for you. You can ask about the scene there. But you just said I couldn't talk to anyone involved. You can talk to your client if you can get her to talk. What's that supposed to mean? Well, time's a wasting. I suppose. Does she not speak English or something? Or is she mute? That's 20 minutes we've been waiting here. 20 minutes. Maybe I should complain. I'm sure that guard has better things to do than stand there, pretending he doesn't see us. You know, the minute we get angry, the client will show. It always works that way. Like shouting, "Oh, waiter," and they're standing right behind you. Or speaking about the devil, and he'll show up. Guard, is our client going to be much longer? What are you talking about? Haven't you already started the meeting yet? Oh, she's hiding over there. Oh, where did you come from? Oh, well, anyway, please have a seat. So she's very shy, I see. I'm nervous, Apollo. It's the silence. It builds suspense. Why don't you do something, Trucy? You're a magician, aren't you? That's right. Okay. I'm the amazing Mr. Hat. She passed out. Miss Magic Underwear might have been a better bet. That's Magic Panties, Apollo. For the record, for those who weren't here for it, she apparently has a pair of magic panties that she can pull stuff out of like a magic hat. Don't ask too much about it. It is what it is. The same old security guard is glaring at us. He winked. Maybe he's not such a bad guy after all. The security camera stares down from the ceiling, all-seeing, unblinking. Not that I'm nervous or anything. Hi. Well, I'm your defense. I really think it has to be fate, you know? And by fate, I mean destiny. Did you know I'm good with astrology? Tell me, what's your sign? I can tell you mine if you would like, Apollo. No, never mind. I just got carried away there. I seem destined to get difficult clients, it seems. So, what's your name? Right, I'm supposed to introduce myself first. I'm Apollo Justice. And I'm Trucy Wright. I know, this is getting nowhere fast. I know, maybe you can tell us what happened. I'm your defense attorney after all. Anything out of the ordinary happened lately? Well, the other day this tourist from out of town stopped to ask me directions. Later, Trucy. I feel like I need to ask directions myself
Spin-Diva
here.
said, sorry, had a phone call.
That is perfectly fine, friend. We enjoy all lurkers. I hope it was a pleasant phone call. Well, that was fruitless. Though I think I understand despair a little bit better now. You did good, Apollo. Look, she's doing her nails. What? Are nails more important than defense? Is that it? Let's go, Trucy. Yep, so we've got a difficult client, apparently. Excuse me. Could you read this? Sure. I feel like a teenager on a first date. This is not better we pass from desk to desk at school. Stop looking so wistful and read it, Apollo. It's a business card with a name and an address. The name is Vera Michelle. The address is for Drew Studio. And you're giving me this card because... Are you Vera? I have an aunt named Vera. Well, looks like we're finished here. I wonder if Drew Studio is the scene of the crime. Let's go find out. Not much more we can do here, I guess. Let's go on over to Drew Studio, where they will drew us a pretty picture. It looks like a studio. It looks like life imitating art. Or maybe it's the other way around. With the tape on the ground there, it's a bit jarring. Honestly, I am really vibing with that pufferfish right there. That's a very pretty picture. Yeah, looks like we found our crime scene. Apollo, look at all those paintings. Hey, don't touch those. It's okay, I'm just looking. I like that one. That was pretty. Peach Boy, that's what that is, isn't it? Apollo, look at this, Momodoro. The story of Momodoro. Looks half finished. You can still see the rough sketch underneath. But that's odd. The rough part doesn't look like the rest of the painting at all. Yeah, good point. That is odd. All the paintings have a really different style, too. I thought I might find you two here. Emma, long time no see. Seems like I run into you far too often. I'll bet I know why you're here too. You know about the trial simulation tomorrow? I've heard about it, sure. So, Mr. Wright chose you. We don't even know what the case is about. Well, he was killed. The artist who owns the studio, that is. Mr. Drew Misham, and his daughter was put under arrest. We just saw her at the detention center. It was funny though. She seemed more like a victim than the kind of person who could commit murder. You don't say. Not even by poisoning. That's how it was done, you know. Poisoning's a common way to get the job done when the murderer is a woman, which is actually factual. A poisoning. Anyway, Mr. Wright told me you would be coming. Feel free to take a look around. I'll just be over here with my snackoos. We can't talk to anyone related to the case this time around, which means we had better find out as much as we can here at the scene, or else. So this Drew Misham was some kind of artist. Apparently, did a lot of illustrations for books I hear. Had a lot of female fans too, for what it's worth. Well, I guess his stuff is kind of pretty. Like that oil painting over there, for instance. Yeah. That wasn't one of his illustrations, actually. So it was a standalone painting or something? Is that what she means? He was an odd bird, Michelle. Hadn't shown his face to anyone until the end. What do you mean, to anyone? He was always locked up here in the studio, apparently. His only connection to the world outside was through letters he would put in that letter box there. Letters? Do people still write letters? What do you mean, Apollo? I mean, when was the last time you wrote a real letter? If you'll give me a minute, guys, I need to go get some more water. I'll BRB in a minute.
Extreme Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
Yes, remember to stay moist, my friends. Hydrate. Don't most people use email and stuff these days? Not Mr. Misham. Couldn't stand technology, it seems. He did everything by mail. Maybe he thought that way was more artistic, you know? In any case, the only person besides him allowed in here was his daughter, Vera. You mean the killer? The suspect, please. We took some fingerprints, of course. The only ones found in the room were Mr. Misham's and Vera's. Basically. Actually, last night, Mr. Misham gave an interview to a reporter for the first time. It happened during the interview, apparently. Okay, I can already tell these headphones are going to be annoying. One thing they keep doing is catching my ear. His first interview ever. Could you tell us a bit more about what happened the night of the murder? So this woman, Vera, she's Mr. Misham's daughter, right? A real sickly girl ever since she was little. Hardly ever went outside. She did kind of give off a withdrawn sort of aura. She was homeschooled by her father, apparently. It was quite a scene when they took her to the detention center. She was screaming about how she would die if they took her outside. That does sound like a scene. In the end, she agreed to leave and she was allowed her good luck charm for company. Her good luck charm. Apparently, she has this charm that magically gives her the courage to go outside. Why can't I ever get a normal client? But why would a shut-in daughter kill her own dad? Don't look at me. So about the poison, it was found to be in his coffee, right? No, not precisely. Not precisely. What does that mean? It means see for yourself, I think. Like I said, last night was the first time someone from the outside came into the studio. I guess mysterious patrons who never go outside make for good articles. And it just so happened that he died the night of his first interview. If anything, it sounds like to me the reporter is suspicious. Because I mean, the first time you ever allow someone in, you die, right? At around 9 o'clock every night, Vera always made him a cup of coffee. Last night he drank his usual coffee and suddenly became violently ill and died. She poisoned him on the night of his interview. Wouldn't the reporter see? Or maybe she was trying to poison the reporter, because she didn't want anybody coming into her sacred space with her and Papa. He wasn't near Mr. Misham when she brought her father his coffee. He was checking out some equipment in the back of the room. Supposedly, that's why she didn't notice he was there. It was the reporter who called the police, in fact. Wait, but why is she the suspect? If anyone is suspicious, it's the reporter. Yet the reporter never got near Mr. Misham's coffee. Even Vera acknowledges that. Regardless, I want to know more about this reporter. Okay, so let's examine the scene. That letterbox looks funny sitting inside a room like this. Let's take a look. Empty. The other half of that letterbox is actually connected to the outside of the studio. Mr. Misham would put his letters in there, and the postman took them away. Impressive that someone still writes letters in this day and age. Or wrote, rather. Yeah, past tense. Bro's kinda dead right now. I wouldn't mind taking a closer look at those paintings. I just love oils, you know how they're so thick. You like it thick, do you? Oh, okay. Is that the word? These paints are all dry. I'm just surprised at how different these all are.
Spin-Diva said, "Do I hear a kiddo?"
A kiddo? I don't... What? What's going on with this half-finished one? It must have been a work in progress. You can still see the rough sketch below. That's what's so weird. The sketch part doesn't really fit the finished parts. I noticed that is weird. Apollo, that's where the body was.
Spin-Diva said, "I thought I heard a baby in the background lol."
Oh no. Oh no. Am I haunted? Are you telling me I'm haunted? Is the audio picking up a baby that doesn't exist? That's how ghosts do, you know. They show up in the background. That's the spot where Drew Misham passed away. He put the coffee mug to his lips, and the next moment, there's quite a bit of paint on the ground. See that half-painted painting there? He must have been working on that right up to the moment he died. Wow, a true artist to the end. Maybe he started a year ago and is procrastinating. I imagine this coffee cup was for guests to use. Guests. Did the police already analyze this cup too? Not a trace of poison was found on that cup, so the killer was after Drew Misham alone. Of course, I guess it could also be you that's haunted. Are you haunted, Spin? Do you have a baby somewhere in your house that is haunting you? No babies here, though. It's just me, myself, and I. And this persistent cough that just won't go away. Anyway. And that's the victim's coffee mug. So the poison was in here. This is my first time seeing a real poison mug of coffee. I would hope so. Why is there a bit of blue on there? Why is part of the cup a little different colored? Poison coffee? Not exactly, actually. What do you mean? No traces of poison were found in the coffee.
Said, okay, it must have been mine, I heard lol. Getting ready to go grab Ellie.
Okay, you stay safe, friend. Thank you for coming to visit. What? You'll have to figure out the rest yourself. I'm officially not on your side after all. But you're supposed to be on the side of justice, right? Yeah, look, a little part of the cup is different colored. Okay. Let's see. Hey, there's a painting hidden back here.
Spin-Diva said, no problem.
You're right. What if it's embarrassing somehow and you didn't want anyone to see it? You certainly seem pleased by the possibility. It's so normal. That's hardly something to get mad about. What is it, Apollo? Well, doesn't this painting look like? Never mind. I'd better get a professional opinion on this. Okay, and that's everything on this screen that I can check out. So let's go over here. Let's take a closer look at this desk here. Something about the way the figure is posed. I've seen that pose before. It's you, Apollo. See, you're making one of your flamboyant gestures. Please, I am a professional. No wonder why it's posed like that. Coincidence? So this is Drew Michel, and this little girl must be Vera. Yes, they took that some years ago. They look close. A happy little family. Until you arrested his daughter. Look, I was personally against that, okay? She just didn't seem very suspicious, scientifically speaking. Right. Cute. Look at the tiny frame, Apollo. Tiny is right. That thing's barely 2 inches high. What picture would fit in that? None, apparently. It's empty. There's no glass in it either. What's it doing sitting on the desk? This is a lesson for us all. Be sure to check the size when you buy frames. Is this a journal? Wow, talk about a clue. Let's read it. Oh, what is it, Apollo? He didn't write the name of the killer, did he? It's new. He didn't write a single line. You had me going for a while there. Hey, Apollo, what's this feather thingy? Isn't that a pen? Like an old-fashioned quill pen. But it doesn't have a pointy end. That's most likely for sweeping detritus off the desk. Wow, you sure know a lot, Emma. Bold and scientific, that's my motto. Exactly, what about that was bold or scientific? Well, scientific because she knew what it was, I guess. This envelope has been opened and resealed. I know how to do that. You take a pot of boiling water and hold the envelope up to the steam. The glue melts and it opens. Cool. Whoever did this wasn't so delicate. You're right. Looks like they just ripped it open and stuck it back together. The postmark on this letter is from 7 years ago. Why would someone open a letter then seal it again? I'd better hang on to this. What is all this equipment here for? It doesn't look very artistic, really. He had everything from a lathe to a laser cutter. Looks like he was paid to work on metals and wood, too. Though his equipment's a bit old, to tell the truth. Why would a painter need all this? From the dust, I would say he hasn't used the stuff for years. This corner doesn't fit with the rest of the studio. Do you think I could borrow this? I want to cut a quarter in half to make a trick coin. This is a crime scene, Loose Trucy, but these cost like $50 at the magic shop. Also, I'm fairly certain it's illegal to cut a coin in half like that. Look at all these paints, Apollo. There's so many. He's got like 20 kinds of red. We could repaint your sweet suit, Apollo. How about this shade of green? That'll be enough of that, thanks. Hey, I bet green would look good on you, bro. Is this desk for painting, Apollo? That would be a drafting table. Drafting? Basically, it's a tool for making precise diagrams. Wow, painting is harder than I thought. Why would a painter need a drafting table? Was he an architect too? And that's everything we can look at. Okie dokie. I bet Emma could help us out here. Don't forget, flattery will get you everywhere with her, Apollo. What are you two whispering about? Well, I was thinking, what is it we always do when we run into you at a crime scene? What is it we always do, scientifically? You know me too well. Okay, meaning we can get scientific now? I suppose, just this once. Bring me anything you find suspicious and we'll check it out. Guess I haven't found anything suspicious yet, but okay. You're here to see Vera Misham. Yes, that's right. She's in the medical office at the moment. Medical office? Is she okay? She's just lying down. Said she didn't feel so good. I'm sorry, but I can't allow any meetings at the moment. Most annoying client ever. Guess we should come back. Hey, look there. That stain doesn't look so healthy, Apollo. That must be the Blue Mountain stuff we've been hearing about. Something tells me that even Blue Mountain coffee isn't this blue. No, the stain is probably... Better ask Emma. Emma, what about this mug? There's a pale blue residue on the rim. That? Yes, well, it's just a rumor. But I've heard there's a kind of coffee called Blue Mountain. I'm pretty sure it isn't actually blue, Emma. Right. Okay, you got me. That's left over from my testing spray. Forensic science. I knew your hobby was behind this somehow, Emma. It's not a hobby. So, what kind of scientific stuff were you up to? The spray, that's what. It turns blue when it touches poison. So the poison that killed the victim was on this mug. That's right. See, it wasn't in the coffee. The killer applied it to the rim of the mug itself. Wow, science is amazing. It certainly is helpful. Maybe Emma would be willing to help us out a bit more. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. They say flattery will get you everywhere. It's certainly worth talking to her a bit more. About poison anal cysts. I was afraid you were going to talk about it. Ask about that. See, the solution is used to test for atroquinine. Atroquinine, the deadly poison found at the autopsy. I know that spark in her eyes. She's getting excited. Best tread lightly. It's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. Guess what? Recent research has shown. That's fine, really. We don't need to know all the gory details. I think I get it. You just spray this stuff on something you want to test, right? Precisely. You can find even the slightest trace of poison with this. I want to try too, Emma. Pretty please. You don't have to ask twice. I already used it on everything suspicious, of course. Yay, let's give it a whirl, Apollo. Let's do forensics. What are you doing? I was just seeing if I got a reaction off of you. How's this for a reaction? Never do that again. I'm not poisonous. Tell that to those hapless witnesses and the stand. Let's get down to checking for real poisons, shall we? Alright, so what should we spray for poison? I genuinely don't know. Too bad, no reaction there. I'm sure Emma checked out all the likely spots. Wait a second. What is it, Apollo? Did you spray that little desk over there? I don't think so. The spray probably can't reach that far, you know? Let's check it out just to be sure. Oh, look at that. A reaction, Apollo. Where? Where? The inside of that cute little frame. Look. Well, would you look at that? Nice going, Trucy. I'm known to work magic. Never mind that I was the one who found it. Why would the inside of that frame have poison on it? It looks like we found the owner of the place that was poisoned. In any case... Emma, about this. That? Yes, why that's a bright red envelope. She sure is jumpy. Someone opened this, didn't they? My lips are sealed. Your lips are sealed. That's a first. You mean you know what's inside the envelope? Sure, I read it after all. You mean you were the one who ripped this open? Please, I would have steamed it open. But she did sneak a peek at it, apparently. Know that I have a powerful weapon on my side. Weapon? Yes, the use of tools. Highly specialized tools for gathering information. Tools I wouldn't mind getting my hands on. You should try flattering her, Apollo. They say a little praise can open big doors. Never heard that one, but it's good advice. Let's try talking to her some more. About that envelope we found. I was wondering if you could help us out with that tool you were mentioning. You want to know about my tool, do you? It's called an X-ray analyzer. X-ray, like the X-rays you get at the dentist. Oh, Mouse, come back here. Mouse, Mouse. Okay. That's right. At least that's what I call it. It has a real name, but it's much more complicated. The X-ray spectralization. Something. How am I supposed to remember all that? So basically let you see inside things, like envelopes. That's right. You're sharp, Trucy. That's right, but it's a bit more complicated than that. In practice, of course. Actually, to tell the truth, I'm not really sure how it works scientifically. Can I try it out, Emma? Please? I suppose. Of course, I've already checked out everything suspicious myself. Alright, let's give it a spin, Apollo. What are you doing? Just seeing if I could see through your hair, but it's like lead. Point that thing at me anymore, it might all fall out. Then I wouldn't need an x-ray machine to see through it. Let's just get down to business, shall we? Right, let's test it on a sample first. It just so happens I have a lottery ticket here. You set the sample in the device like so. I don't see anything. Patience, there's no need to get all antsy. Look at the right side of the screen. That's the layer view of the envelope. Layer view. You've got it set to display the outside of the envelope now. See? Actually, it's quicker to just have you give it a try. Turn that dial down with the arrow keys for me, would you? That's right. That's how you choose what depth you want to scan. I got something. See, that's how you can read the letters on the tickets inside. Cool, huh? Except I can't read them. Just turn the dial a little more. What you have to understand is that sheet of paper isn't really flat at all. When you zoom in that much, you see that paper is like a bunch of hills and valleys. Wow, really? This X-ray device uses a beam with a wavelength of only 0.005 microns. It breaks cards down into thin layers, so it can only show what's written on that layer. I'm not entirely following you, but what good is it if you can't read anything? That's why we go on to step 2. Try rubbing the image a bit if you would. Rubbing, like going over the image while holding. There, it fixes the images on the screen. Now turn the dial again just a little. Good. Now you can run this image to fix it too. I get it. We just keep doing this until we've got the whole thing. Exactly. Not bad. Neat. Let's do some more. Okay, let's print this one out. You lose. At least you know where you stand. Anyway, now you see the true hidden power of my weapon. Neat. Now let's try it out on the real thing, shall we? Okay, let's print this one out. Mr. Drew Misham deposited the 100,000 in the designated account. Please send a receipt once you confirm the transfer. Someone deposited 100,000 into Mr. Misham's account. His paintings must be really valuable. There's another page in there. Care to take a look? You bet I do. If you're going to read someone's mail, you might as well read it all. Here goes with the second page then. Okay, let's print this one out. Sign the papers and send the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. I need not remind you to speak of this to no one. So it was a letter about payment for one of his paintings. Why all the secrecy though? And what? Why was this letter the only one in here? It's 7 years old, right? Maybe it had some special significance to him. Well, Emma? Well, indeed. She knows something she's not telling us. Looks like she's keeping mum about it. So, Emma, I was wondering, what's the story about this reporter that came here for a story the night of the crime? I'm afraid I can't tell you, because he's going to be a witness tomorrow, I hear. I thought so. I'll never forget that face. But what was his name? Right. Brushel. Brushel. He's after a scoop to sell to the papers. So a reporter comes for an interview with a painter. His first interview ever, and that night he's killed. Seems strange to you? Really strange. It does raise a few questions. I'd like to speak with this reporter if I could. Well, I hear he's on the beat today, too. He said something about covering a magician. Magician? Well, if it's not true, see, that leaves only one other person. It wasn't Valiant Grandmary by any chance, was it? Yeah, something like that. He's got some big show lined up, I hear. So he's out interviewing Valiant Grandmary. Looks like I'll be heading out to that Coliseum again sooner than I thought. Here, I'll give you that reporter's card if you want. Alrighty, I guess we gotta go to the Coliseum now. This is it, Apollo, the place where magic and dreams converge. Just a little while ago, it was the place where murder and nightmares converged. Let's go say hi to Uncle Valiant. What about the case? Only a performer laughs like that. The young Miss Trucy. How often I hope we would meet again, only to tell myself it was an impossible dream. Uncle Valiant, how's it going? I'm glad to see you too. Of course you are. Humility is definitely not one of his stronger traits. Well, Miss Trucy, how does the day find you? If you come to give me flowers, do it after the show, I beg you. Actually, we came to wish you good luck, and congratulations on your big magic show. But it is I who wish to congratulate you. Not everyone is so lucky as to witness miracles such as the ones I shall perform. You're amazing, we get the picture. The world will watch in wonderment as Magnifique's illusions are performed here on stage by my hand. They've changed the sign since our last case. It was all diviners back then, wasn't it? I hope nothing bizarre and mysterious happens this time. But it shall. Why, the show itself will be bizarre and mysterious, I assure you. I don't have a problem with mystery as long as it's legal. I don't think lawyers and magicians were really meant to have conversations like this. You know, I thought this at the time of the Gaviner concert too, but this Coliseum is just way too big. It's huge. It's got a big sounding name too. Sunshine Coliseum, was it? Would you like to hear what the grand finale of the show in 3 days will be? What? Really? Yeah. The grand finale will be nothing other than... Don't tell me you're going to make the Coliseum disappear, right? Looks like I was right. Apollo, I can't believe you would use your power of perception on something like this. It was just a wild guess, really. It was a good guess, though. Look, Apollo, a balloon! A hot air balloon! With a Grand Mary seal on it, no less. Well, this is a long-awaited revival, after all. It has been 7 years, you know? I spent plenty of time and a pretty penny on promotion. I hope it's a huge success, Uncle Balance. Oh, I intend for it to be nothing less, I assure you. They both sure seem excited about it. I guess it's a big deal for magicians. I mean, I would love to see the thingy. Sounds like it's going to be quite a lot of fun. That creature there, he was handing out balloons during our last case too. He's not a creature, Apollo. Poor guy. Sorry, was I mean somehow? You know how hot it is inside one of those suits. He's stuck in there with only the smell of his own sweat to keep him company. On the verge of passing out, he hands each balloon as though it were his last. Kind of takes the fun out of seeing the blue badger. Just a little. Everyone's talking about the big magic show. Is it true that the Grand Mary Miracle is back after a 7-year absence? Miss Trucy, I must apologize. This show and this honor should have been his. Daddy. My co-magician in training, Zach Gramary. If that terrible thing hadn't... It's okay. Your father was a great magician, Trucy. If he were alive, then I, Valiant Gramary, would have been proud to stand upon the stage as his assistant. Thanks, Uncle Valiant. You know, I'm happy you're doing the show. To think we get to see the great Magnifique's illusions again. She really is looking forward to this, isn't she? My mentor, the magnificent Magnifique Gramary, was a true deity among magicians, a creator god who gave birth to magic and illusions that defied our very imaginations. I was so little when I last saw one, but I still remember his shows. He did wheelies in a sports car through the air above the audience, and then sped off to outer space faster than the speed of sound. I'm guessing that memory was a bit embellished. For 7 long years, the world has been waiting for a miracle to match his. As heir to the Grandmary secrets, it falls to me to provide one. Is my God-given destiny. Yes, you, nameless face who speaks for the nameless masses. How can I help you? If the world was waiting, why did you hold me for 7 long years? It appears the lad is uninformed. Perhaps you have heard of the magic known as law, which governs our land. I have, though I'm not sure it qualifies as magic. The performance of Magnifi's miracle was impossible. A certain law prevented it for 7 years, but no more. 7 years. That phrase sure likes to pop up, doesn't it? And why was that? A little matter called performance rights, Miss Trucy. Can you tell us about these performance rights? Magnifi's magic relied on an incredibly innovative idea, a trick, if you will. That trick was considered his property, and as such was protected by property laws. Intellectual property, maybe. Magnifi knew this and bequeathed it in his will to one person. You mean him? Yes, Miss Trucy, it was your father. Zach Grandmary was the inheritor of the Grandmary miracle. Daddy. Yet, as you well know, he is gone. He disappeared suddenly 7 years ago. I think I see where this story is going. Once a person is classified missing for a certain period of time, they're considered legally deceased, correct? In all absoluteness, those rolled up sleeves conceal your confidence well, young man. That certain period of time of which you speak is 7 years. Yes, Miss Trucy, though it pains me to say it, this past spring, April to be precise, was the time your father was legally declared deceased. In the absence of a formal will, the secrets of our mighty mentor Magnifi passing to you. This was in fact stipulated in the will by Magnifi himself. Is that how it works, Apollo? Yeah, it's called death in absentia. He's declared missing permanently. Daddy. Mm-hmm. So, a journalist was here on a story. All eyes in the universe are upon my stage. All pens seek to commit its mysteries to paper. His name was Brushel. Brushel, 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 Brushel. I think he remembers him. He doesn't look too happy about it. Brushel, that cloying smell of mint when he smiles. Yes. Could you tell us more about him? What did he want? A man by that name called on me just now. Just now. Valen's vision is always toward tomorrow. Valen's feet step always forward. That is all. That's all. Very confusing. I am to perform a big magic show, yes. I wanted someone to cover it. Yet he had ears only for that incident. That incident. In any case, I requested that the rapacious reporter remove himself. So a painter has died. What of it? It is but a footnote in the footlights compared to the magic of Van Miller. Uncle Valen, do you know where the reporter went? I recommended he visit that place popular with penalized perpetrators, the detention center. He was a rude individual. Might I see that card? Sure. You would tear apart my respectability. I will tear him apart. Here it comes, Apollo. Uncle Val's big magic trick. Is he going to fix the car? Not sure that qualifies as big magic. What happened to the big magic? Is it not more miraculous for it to stay rich? He must have really not liked that journalist. Obviously. I was wondering if you could tell me about this. Why, that bears the Grand Mary seal. Uncle Valen, is something wrong? Trucy, where did you get this? Daddy gave it to me. Your daddy. My partner Zach Granberry? No, my other daddy, Phoenix Wright. Why now? Why would your Lord Daddy? Lord Daddy. That's kind of switching the whole archaic thing a bit. This signature upon the back, do you recognize it? That belongs to none other than Zach Granberry. What? Daddy signed this. Might I be so bold as to open it? I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that. What's in this envelope, I wonder? Now the time has come when I must return to make my prestidigitation preparations. By your leave, Miss Trucy. Thanks, Uncle Valen. 3 days from now, make ready for a miracle. What do you think that journalist was after? And why did Valiant react like that to this envelope? I think it's time to pay the detention center another visit. I think I hear what you're saying. We're all doing it for the money. End quote. Not at all. Looks like someone's already meeting here. Maybe that reporter. Hey there. How you doing? Might you be? Sorry, we didn't know someone was already here. I'm Apollo Justice, attorney at law. Talk about a nervous monkey. You're Justice. You know me. Do I know you? Of course I know you. Stares down witnesses on stand till they spill beans. End quote. That's not true. What's he writing? Are you a reporter by any chance? You're Trucy. Am I famous? Yeah. Oh yeah. Trucy Wright hates carrying a bag. Puts everything she owns in her panties. End quote. That's so not true. Just hold on to your breeches there. I'll wrap up this interview in a jiffy. Interview. So guard, I think I know what's going on here. Guarding rooms is my life. What else could I possibly need? End quote. No, how many times do I have to tell you this? Look, I've got work to do. You deal with him. Did you come here to interview the guard? What a pickle. Accused wouldn't talk. Had to interview someone or go plumb crazy. I should have guessed. Where's my manners? Name's Brushel, Spark Brushel. I'm not picky. Journalist just closes eyes. Brights. What's that nauseating strong mint smell every time he grins? Until you've been interviewed by me, you don't know what thrilling is. Wild romp through crossroads of mayhem, madness, end quote. I can see that. He's writing something again. Well, if he's a reporter, maybe he knows something. So, Mr. Brushel, you're a journalist. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Yes, I'm the interviewer. You understand, yeah? I'm the one asking the questions here. Okay. For instance, you think a movie director watches movies? Probably. Exactly. I knew you would understand. So the night of the murder, you were at Drew's studio. Who, me? Look, let me state one thing for the record. Yes, I may look calm and collected, but I'm busy. Real busy. Always on the road. Journalist always buys one-way tickets. Never looks back. I can understand that philosophy, but you want to know the thing about one-way tickets? Once you use them, they're gone. All because you have to give them to the guy at the airport. True enough. But don't they give normal tickets away too? Exactly. See? It's the same thing. What is? So you went to do a story on Drew Misham, and he had never had a story done about him before. That's right. Look, let me state one thing for the record here. Well, what? I'm sure you're going to want to know about my source. What tipped me off to Drew? Why do the interview in the first place? Well, yes. Look, it's like... Oh, I've got it. Say there's this burger joint with a fabulous ketchup. You think the burger guy's going to tell me where he got it? At the supermarket, maybe. Exactly. See, that's what I'm talking about. I think I may have actually understood that one. Well, there's nothing I can talk about, really. Walls have ears, eyes, especially glass walls with speakers. End quote. Right. Guess we'll leave then. But since you're here, might as well tell you a tidbit of news I saw, just for the heck of it. Sure, tell us, just for the heck of it. I remember it like it was yesterday. I had seen a movie on a trip and wandered into this burger place with an amazing ketchup when an article in a tabloid caught my eye. Famous oil painting stolen from art dealer's gallery. End quote. I believe it was. An oil painting. Happens every day, right? But I thought I had seen that painting somewhere before. A painting of a giant peach floating down a river. Someone stole an oil painting of a giant peach. Journalists can smell scoop better than burgers. End quote. Well, how did it go? Find anything out? Actually, there was one thing I wanted to check with you. Well, what's with that scary face you're making? And what's with the I know something but not telling you face you got going, Emma? This painting came from behind that dresser. Yes, so? It was stolen, no? I was hoping you wouldn't figure that out. Do you think you could tell us a bit about this? I suppose it's what you think. Drew Michan was a forger. A forger. So, what exactly is a forger? Well, basically, it's someone who makes forgeries. Fakes, in other words. Fakes. Copies of an original. Exact copies. So precise you can't tell them apart. Well, why not just photocopy them? The big problem with forgeries is that people try to sell them as the real article. It's a crime, of course. So Drew Michan was a criminal. I'm afraid so. He received money to create elaborate forgeries to supplement his work in illustration, I guess. I see. Actually, that's why I brought this here in the first place. What do you mean? When you're trying to determine if a painting is a forgery, the rough sketch underneath can be a valuable clue. So the rough sketch is like practice for the real thing, like doing a magic trick in front of a mirror before you go on stage. But not in the case of a forgery, not necessarily anyway. You know what the finished project is going to look like after all. Yeah, I guess you would. That's why I brought this. I'm going to use it to see what's under the paint of the finished pieces. I get it now. And not that I really needed to go to such lengths, seeing as how one of the paintings was only half finished anyway. Still, it would be neat to see Mr. Micham's rough sketches, kind of like what he was drawing when he thought no one was looking. True, that would be interesting, and maybe valuable for our case. You should try buttering her up, Apollo. Flattery will get you everywhere, as they say. Maybe I should ask Emma to help us out. I kind of wanted to see the rough sketch under this painting, and I was wondering if your tool there might do the trick. Fine, fine, just this time though. Let's check it out.
Stream Elements said, "Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate."
What? What the heck? He really blows. The finished painting isn't anything like the rough. Devices like mine didn't exist until recently. He probably thought he could draw any sort of thing he wanted to for the rough. What do you mean? Well, in the past you could only analyze the composition of a rough sketch. Composition. In other words, the traces of charcoal between paint and canvas, so you could tell there had been a rough sketch, but not what it looked like. I think I follow you. So in essence, it wouldn't matter what was underneath the finished painting. Some pros would actually paint out a rough sketch entirely, then do a completely new painting on top of that. So Mr. Michel was drawing whatever he wanted before painting over them. Possibly. Is there a problem with that? Not particularly, but something about the sketch itself is kind of odd. You're awfully silent all of a sudden, Apollo. You think we could check out one of the other paintings? Well, sure. You like this detection stuff, don't you? This one too. What's wrong, Apollo? You look so serious all of a sudden. You think I could just look at the last of these? Fine by me, knock yourself out. I think we all see the pattern that's going on here, yeah? Kind of obvious. Wrong direction to Daisy. There we go. This is a little tedious, but I guess it's a good idea to try and switch things up every now and then. Yeah, it's definitely a little tedious, but we get there. Okay, let's print this one out. Well, what the heck is all this? I hesitate to ask why you're getting so excited. You sure your device isn't leaking some kind of strange radiation? Trucy, look at these 3 sketches. Do you notice anything? There. Now you're both white as sheets. What's going on? These sketches are of the 3 cases I worked on. What? The murder in the poker room in the Borscht Bowl Club. The dead man pulling the noodle stand. And then... the events that transpired during the Governor's concert. What could it mean? How could he have drawn those things? And why? That's what I want to know. Wait, is Drew Michel your father? Give me a break. Does that seem even remotely possible to you? I had never even heard of any Drew Michel before. I hadn't even seen a picture of him, but there were my cases drawn on his canvas. Every single one of them. It couldn't have been a coincidence. Just who was this Drew Michel, and what did he have to do with me? The mystery is afoot. Good morning. So, you're Vera, right? I'm Trucy. Trucy Wright. That's right, the W. But not right, right? We're on your side. You can tell us anything. Please. Good morning. She speaks. Not bad, not bad. I think you would do better with a little smile. You know? You're so pretty. You need to sell yourself, you know? Trucy, let's take it easy for starters. Thank you for taking my case. Okay, well that's a start, I guess. There she goes with the nail polish again. What if that's her good luck charm, though? I mean, it can't be easy being suddenly thrust in such a situation when you're shut in, right? That's great. Really, it's so cultured. Want to try? Really? Girls. Hey, you gotta make sure to look good, man. It's just basics. The victim, Drew Michel, was a forger, and a stolen painting was found in his studio. A life of crime? Really? And maybe one that led to his death. Well, we will now begin the trial of Vera Michel. Is the judge okay? His voice is all raspy and he's looking around all nervous like. The repercussions of today's trial will, most likely, be felt for a long time, and may indeed alter our legal system forever. Today is a test of the jurist system, and the first step toward a new order in our courts. Daddy's secret mission. The jurist will function like a jury. It is hoped their inclusion will help the courts to better reflect the people's will. Why aren't there any jurists in the courtroom? 3 closed-circuit cameras watch this courtroom at all times. The jurists have access to everything that transpires. Jurists, judge well and judge cool. Now see here, Prosecutor Gavin. I was going to say that. My apologies, Her Judge. Jurists, today, judge today's trial coolly, if you would be so kind. The jurists are unbound by the letter of the law. They don't affect the trial with evidence, but by their feelings, and we're about to find out just what effect they're going to have. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. The details of the case, if you would. The victim is the painter Drew Misham. He was killed in his own studio. His coffee was poisoned. By whom, you ask? By none other than the defendant, Vera Misham. There wasn't any poison in the coffee. Actor. Someone has been doing their homework. Indeed, poison was not present in the coffee, but on the mug itself. The mug. Residue was found on the rim, I see. The autopsy report describes the manner of our victim's death. The court accepts this as evidence. According to this report, the victim's death was caused by atroquinine poisoning, a chemical compound that does not occur naturally. Lethal dosage is a mere 0.002 milligrams. A touch of atroquinine in the body is a touch of the reaper's scythe. Very well, Prosecutor Gavin. You may present your first witness. I have for you today a simple man for a simple case. A man who witnessed the murder in its entirety. That journalist, no doubt. The witness will state his name and occupation. Right. Well, for starters, my name's Mark Rushell. My job is a lone observer of the world. In other words, a freelance journalist, right? Ahem. If you don't mind, I'd like to state something here for the record. Yes, Mr. Rushell. I dislike conclusions, specifically the aspect of jumping to conclusions. Preconceptions make Park's sandbox of endless desert waste. End quote. But you are a journalist. You said so yourself yesterday. Well, that's true, yes. But you must understand, I stand before you today a man with a dream. I'm offering you my testimony in exchange for exclusive rights to the story. Scoot turns Mr. Rushell into that Mr. Rushell. End quote. Let's hear your testimony then, shall we? A simple case, Gavin? For me, the jury is still out. I visited the studio around 9 that night to do the interview. The first outsider to enter the Atelier. Journalistic history made. End quote. His daughter brought us coffee right after we started. And you know what happened next? Star falls. End quote. No one else entered the room besides her the whole time. That does sound like a simple case. Unless you were the one who poisoned him. Oh, what are you saying, Judge? Need I remind you the cameras are rolling today? I felt the need to be a bit dramatic. You didn't do it, did you? Me do a thing like that? Come on, that's like newsmaker making the news, end quote. Or even contemporary witch hunt, end quote. I know, wild accusations rock courtroom, end quote. Rock indeed. Prosecutor Gavin sure looks like he's having fun. I'm so happy for him. Very well, Mr. Justice, your cross-examination, please.
Hold it!
What's this about a star falling? Star falls. It's like an old telegram. Send money. Over. Zowie, you don't know? That's like a journalism code word. An important personage passes away. A star falls. Get it? But there's no gravity in space, is there? I wouldn't think stars could fall. Really? Does this matter? Oh boy. This is good stuff, good stuff. How about star breaks? Nah, lacks punch. But I know. Star dies. Nah, lacks imagination. Of course you go through dies. Straight to the point. I like it. I think we need to hear about something a little more substantial. You say Mr. Mishigan had the coffee too, but did you actually see him drink the coffee? Of course, he who sees it wins, but he who says it wins bigger, end quote. I live in a man sees dog eat dog and writes about the world. Yet. I guess I can't say I saw him drink it really. He had one so-called sip, if that. Man puts lips to mug, drinks, end quote. That poison is quite virulent, I hear. My stomach did a so-called somersault as I gulped down that coffee without so much as a second glance at it. Wait, maybe something's there. Some kind of so-called trick. Anyone want to venture a guess? For the record. Does this guy have a pause button? Well, Mr. Justice, did you find that testimony valuable? The victim drank his
Spin-Diva
coffee.
said, "Still at it, I see. I saved a baby bird that fell out of his nest. So code."
Oh, I hope he's safe. I hope he's not too hurt. Baby birds can be very cute, can't they? Yes, I have a tendency to go 6 hours. 6 hours is the normal stream time. If I ever manage to get a backlog of games and, income in general, I do plan on moving that to 12 hours. But, yeah, so we still got another hour and a half. We just vibing along. And you were talking about, people with weird haircuts earlier. Wait until you see our current witness. He is weird.
Spin-Diva said, "I love animals in general."
Yeah, animals are pretty cool. They can be vicious, but at least they're better than humans, with their constantly conniving and sneaking and all that stuff. The victim drank his coffee, then immediately fell over. Yes, you can go to the press with that one. I mean, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Your Honor, this is a vital piece of information.
Spin-Diva said, "Exactly so."
Please add it to the testimony. Very well, the witness will add this to his testimony. Especially when he grins like that, that's just vital, right? Okay. Present the coffee cup.
Objection!
You know what I have a problem with? A particular property of the poison used, atroquinine. Prosecutor Gavin was quite clear about the poison. A lethal dosage of 0.02 milligrams paralyzes the central nervous system. If you drink that, even you, Mr. Justice, will be reduced to a quivering pile. Why are you using me as an example? Unfortunately, we weren't told everything. There was a vital omission in Prosecutor Gavin's information. An omission. Atroquinine is as virulent as he says, but death doesn't come upon ingestion. Not
Spin-Diva
immediately.
said, "Most people suck these days, but my community is awesome. # carrot carrot hash."
There are some pretty awesome people out there. We do need to make sure to keep that in mind. But there are a lot of not cool people. And you yourself are also awesome. Not just your community. Make sure to remember that, cutie. Okay? But death doesn't come upon ingestion, not immediately. That's because atroquinine is slow acting. Slow acting? What? According to one forensic scientist, it's one of the most virulent poisons, but is absorbed into the body astonishingly slowly. It takes at least 15 minutes from the time of ingestion for adverse effects to show. If we suppose that the moment Mr. Michel sipped the coffee was when he sealed his fate, then he would still have had time left to enjoy his last cup of joe. Order, order, what's the meaning of this? If what the defense says is correct, why that contradicts the entire testimony we've just heard. Well, Mr. Brushel, anything to say on the record? Slow acting. SLOWACT. It was virulent, all right. Even then, it had already begun digging its claws into the journalist. He's working on his scoop.
Objection!
Spin Dash Diva said, I'm only awesome BC of my community. It's important to remember that you are where you are because of your community. And I'm always thankful for their love and support.
That is true. That is one thing that humans can do very well, despite all their negative attributes. They can get together sometimes and perform something amazing. All together now, right? It's Brushel, yeah? Her Brushel, let's take a trip back down memory lane. Did the victim really die the instant he took a sip? Think it over. This is Fiddle. You know what I think? I think that was a not-so-subliminal suggestion. End quote. I admit it does cause a problem if he died when you say he died. I'd be forced to say off leadership to my simple case, and you would be forced to say farewell to your article. Come again? You can't write a story based on conjecture, can you? And as the case drags on, other reporters will pick up the scent, and you'll be forced to kiss your exclusive scoop goodbye. Scoop. I don't like this guy. I don't like this guy at all. Look, wait, just wait 1 second. Just 1 second. You're waiting. We're waiting. Out with it. I think I just recalled a so-called important detail. A revival recollection, end quote. A story's survival, end quote. Attorney utterly confused, end quote. Actually, I did notice something when I visited the studio. I had heard of poison that takes a
Spin
sweet
Dash
time,
Diva
see?
said, EEEWWW, he's gross. Cleaning his glasses with his toothbrush.
And then
Brody.
brushing his tongue after. And he's even rubbing his head with it. The guy is just gross overall. Just yeah, yeah. And then you see what he's doing with his hands, right? I mean, it looks like he's grabbing his boobs or something. I don't know. But not what I've been saying for the last few minutes, apparently. Mr. Brushel, are you saying you know something that explains what happened? You bet I am. The antidote for a poisonous contradiction. End quote, you might say.
Spin Dash Diva said, Lol, I like to grab my boobs.
Well, I don't want to be taken out to the tool shed, so I won't say anything on the record about that. I still have no idea what you're talking about, end quote, I might say. I figured it out, but only after an in-depth interview. See, thanks to my journalism skills, I know who poisoned that coffee. Order, order, order. As far as I can tell, the witness is standing by his testimony that Mr. Michel died the instant after he drank. Of course I'm standing by my testimony and my dream of exclusive rights to this story. I suppose it was too much to hope for. What was? Of course he wouldn't choose a simple case. Not him. Him. Phoenix Wright, who else? Acton Brushel, report for us if you would. What is it that you noticed? This court is a critical trial of the jury system. I'm afraid no room for doubt is permissible. You'll testify to the court about what you noticed. When I arrived at the studio, Mr. Misham was at his desk. See, there he goes, rubbing it on his head as well. He seemed to have been writing a letter, but he quickly sealed the envelope. I thought nothing of it at the time, of course. There he goes again, grabbing his boots. Now that I think about it, what if he is writing a suicide note? Or maybe he's throwing gang signs. Is he threatening a jury? Is he throwing gang signs? Is that what's going on there? A suicide note. Yes, he had his look on his face. Man's face inscrutable as a quadratic equation. End quote. Suicide. Poor Mr. Misham. But that means Vera is innocent. Would someone commit suicide in the middle of an interview? Very well, you may begin your cross-examination.
Hold it!
So he put the letter away when he saw you. Early reporter gets a worm. End quote. That's my secret. I'm not sure I follow. It's the night of the interview. I arrive 15 minutes ahead of schedule. The handle turns, the door opens, and I barge in. Are you sure that's okay to do? I mean, is that unlawful entry? Really? Mr. Misham sure seemed to think so. You should have seen him. He crammed his letter into that yellow envelope as fast as he could. I know a secret when I spot one, and that was one. It does seem significant. Well, Mr. Justice, I wonder. It does have the ring of something important. The defense finds his testimony fiddle, Your Honor. Very well, please add it to the testimony then. Hey, why not? My account comes free of charge.
Objection!
As it just so happens, there was a single letter in the desk drawer at the scene, in a red envelope. Prosecutor Gavin? Yes, was a yellow envelope found at the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, no, but her forehead. It's easy to mistake the color of an envelope. I guess, but not this envelope. You see, it was postmarked already, 7 years ago. Well, Mr. Brushel, I can explain that. Drew, right? He wanted to get that letter in an envelope. Pronto. Get it out of sight of my beady eyes, right? So he grabbed the news envelope and crammed away. And what about the whole red and yellow envelope contradiction? Shunk. Well, Mr. Justice, have you anything to say to the witness's claim? That night the victim put a letter he had been writing in a red envelope. That's impossible. I like your expression, so full of confidence. It's simple, really. As it just so happens, the defense team investigated the contents of this envelope with the assistance of a forensic scientist. What? Note that this letter is addressed to Drew Misham. Oh? Why would he address the letter to himself? Let alone send a suicide note to himself. I've been skewed. Order, order. Mr. Brushel, can you explain this to the court? Oh my. How could I have forgotten? I suppose this happens to the best of us. Reporter gets old, forgets lots. End quote. I'm still waiting for an explanation, Mr. Brushel. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there, searching his desk drawer for something. His desk drawer. Yes, a stamp. A so-called postage stamp, end quote. A stamp. Whatever for.
Spin-Diva said, munch munch munch.
Do you have some nummy nummies? Food is good. Make sure to always eat, friends. It's important to make sure to stay healthy and full. Well, to mail his letter, what else? And then, why yes, I think I saw him put in his letterbox. Yes, it was in the yellow envelope, and he put it in that box. Well, apparently this yellow letter has nothing to do with the case. Oh, how I wish it did. Just think if it were a suicide note. What a story. Star witness writes suicide note in front of reporter. Falls, end quote. As I was saying, that has nothing to do with this case. That said, yes, Your Honor, it makes me wonder about the contents of that red envelope. $100,000 is quite a good deal of money. So this was from 7 years ago, yeah? So, am I finished? Here, I mean, am I finished here? I was thinking of you, going home to start writing. Okay, we know that theoretically at least one of the letters is 7 years old. But are we actually sure both of the contents of the letter are seven? It almost looked like there were two letters in there, and we know it got opened and resealed. What if the other one, the one where he needs to send the stamp, is actually a lot newer, and that's what he sent in the yellow envelope? So whatever this stamp is the key to the whole thing. And whoever sent it to, whoever he sent it to. I was thinking of, going home to start writing. I hate to state what should be pretty obvious to anyone, but when you catch the scent of a story, you make that rather unique face. Come on. Attorney has active imagination, little else, end quote. Even I noticed something, and my eyes aren't what they used to be. I'm starting to understand what all this perceiving stuff is about. Judge has active imagination, end quote. Please continue with your testimony. Tell us about the scent of a story. I'm the one asking the questions here, usually. I think something that really makes him so creepy is his chin is just so weak. He just has such a tiny, small chin. Anyway, actually it took a bit of work to get a thumbs up on the interview. Reporter Everage's story gets his interview, end quote. The story concerned a certain case from 7 years ago. That red envelope probably had something to do with it. Say what you will, but Drew's talent was without compare. So you threatened to go to press with this story. That's how you got your interview. Blackmail? Well, yes. I mean, no. It wasn't exactly black. I'm not. Something wrong, Mr. Brushel? Look, this is my story, my tidbit. Journalist info is livelihood, end quote. I see. While you have me chatting away in here, what's going on out there? What if some Wally Wordsworth or Sally Scooper gets wind of my story? They could be going to press while I'm going to waste. The court feels your pain, Mr. Brushel. Mr. Justice, let's pick up the pace. A certain case 7 years ago. Wait, 7 years ago? Such a creepy man. Okay. Hopefully we'll be done interviewing him here soon enough. And then we can just never see him again.
Gotcha!
Mr. Brushel, you're hiding something. Don't yell all of a sudden like that. You'll give a guy a heart attack. Sorry, it's just the way you were moving just now. It was particularly suspicious. What's that supposed to mean? So usually I'm just sort of averagely suspicious. Sorry, my mistake. You're fine.
Gotcha!
Sweat much, Mr. Brushel? Yeah, well, a man can't help his glands, you know? It's more than that. When Mr. Misham's talent was mentioned, you suddenly began to sweat buckets. You're hiding something about his talent. That's ridiculous. Evidence time. Let's show where Mr. Misham's true talent lay. Do.
Take that!
This painting was found in Mr. Misham's studio. There are two problems with this painting. The first is that it wasn't painted by Mr. Misham. The second is that there was another painting in the studio, which looked exactly like this one, except it was only half done. Then we have a letter discussing a payment of $100,000, which suggests a certain business operation, the business of making forgeries. That is all, Your Honor. Everyone, please, everyone, can we keep this private? Please. This is my story, my scoop. Forgery. That's a serious crime. Drew Misham is known as an artist these days, but there were rumors he dabbled in another kind of art until a few years back. The hell's going on with my phone? Another art meaning forgery. Drew Misham was talented, alright. Talented at making precise, detailed fakes. A fact that certain criminal elements were quick to discover. Criminal elements? What? You can't seriously be talking about. Exactly, I'm talking about forging evidence. The rumor started circulating 7 years ago. So 7 years ago. So are we to understand that this letter, this payment of $100,000 was for exactly forged evidence that's tidy profit, end quote. Order, order, order. why it's like our victim was living a double life. This is my chance. So the victim had ties to the criminal underworld, right? He could have had plenty of enemies we know nothing about.
Objection!
This is my first time hearing of this criminal world. We certainly found no criminal connections when we conducted our investigation. But how do you explain all this money? You have to admit there's a possibility of some illegal activity here.
Objection!
But there is no proof tying this letter to our case. Our case was, and remains, simple from the beginning. Only the defendant could have poisoned that mug that night. And you, of course. Hey, the only thing I poison is my pen when I'm writing reviews. Mr. Brushel, your testimony to this point has been quite unreliable. It doesn't speak well of your reporting acumen. What are you talking about? My journalism is rock solid. Journalism so solid you could stand an elephant on it. End quote. In any case, let's hear a summarized recap of your testimony. If we can ascertain the situation in that studio from the recap, the trial is over. Apollo, what was he talking about? The cross-examination showed Mr. Brussel didn't have reason or means to poison him. As long as there are no other suspects, then the killer had to be Vera. That's what. This next testimony is our last chance. Mr. Brushel, your testimony, please. The only other person in the studio that night was the defendant. It was Vera who poured the coffee. She's admitted as much herself. The only thing that touched Drew's lips during the interview was that mug. And nothing left that studio after he died. Nothing. Clearly, the only one who could have poisoned him was his daughter. A nice testimony, clear, succinct, and without room for doubt. Shucks, you really think so? I believe this clarifies the situation that night. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin your final cross-examination. Right. I still have one trump card left to play, and I won't let this trial end until I use it.
Hold it!
Not one thing? You're sure? Yep, sure as sure can be. Well, with one exception. One exception? What? Journalist Mark Brushel does interview, leave studio. End quote. Come on. It's a joke. Get it? Not funny, I know, but still. Did something leave the studio that night? Why does it sound familiar? Where have I heard something like that before? Now that we've proven our witness is a comedian of sorts, I'd like to turn to our defense attorney before returning to the testimony. Do you have any idea of what, if anything, might have left the studio that night? I think one thing might very well have left the studio that night, actually. A certain something has vanished from the crime scene. By which you mean something other than our witness. Of course. Don't tell me, Vera Nisham. Believe me, any comic relief I may provide is entirely unintentional. Then let's see what you got for us, Mr. Justice. Well, this thing wasn't at the scene of the crime, so I can't show it to you. I do have evidence that shows how it could have been taken from the crime scene.
Take that!
This is the only link between that studio and the outside world. A letterbox. What did Mr. Brushel just tell us? When he entered the studio on the night of the murder, the victim had just finished writing a letter. Yeah, I said that. And yeah, it was true. Furthermore, you went on to tell us that he put the letter in a yellow envelope and put it in the letterbox. But that very same letterbox was empty. In other words, that night the yellow envelope disappeared.
Objection!
Yes, intriguing. So an envelope has disappeared from the scene of the crime. Of course, this changes nothing. He has a point, Mr. Justice. What we're trying to figure out here isn't how the poison got into Mr. Misham. Is it really important that this envelope the witness says he saw disappeared? Well, if it did disappear, then something did leave the studio that night. That seems very important to me. Very well then, the witness will add this to his testimony. You got it? I still think this fails to change anything, her forehead. I wouldn't be so sure. A letter did disappear from the crime scene that night. This is exactly the opening I've been looking for. Mm-hmm.
Hold it!
You're sure about that? Well, to be really precise, I was busy gobbling mint candies the
Spin
whole
dash
time.
diva. Said. Dude looks like a total creep.
Objection!
Yeah, he really does. One of those candies might have been poisoned, yet at the time of the autopsy, no fresh fragrance of mint filled the room, and no mint residue was found. It was a long shot anyway. Don't tell me you're still trying to prove this. You think the victim ate, drank, or otherwise ingested something other than coffee. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have some proof, the possibility is there. I can feel it. Just maybe not prove it. Not yet. And possibility isn't going to cut it. Not now. Mr. Misham ingested that poison via a route other than that coffee. Proof is possible. Here goes nothing. You do understand what we need, yeah? Proof, her forehead, not possibilities. Of course, and Prosecutor Kevin, I hope you understand. I'm ready to give you that proof. Well, what did you say? I have proof of the disappearing envelope. I saw him writing a letter. I did. Which was picked up by the mailman, I presume. Of course, which means that envelope had a stamp on it. A stamp. As we all know, stamps come with fried glue on the back. In order to use the glue, you have to wet it by licking the stamp.
Objection!
No one worth talking to actually licks stamps in this day and age.
Objection!
Even if you wanted to talk to him, you couldn't. He's dead, after all.
Objection!
Okay, so he licked the stamp. But wait, how does that explain the atropine on the rim of the coffee mug?
Objection!
If he licked the back of a poison stamp, the poison would get on his tongue, yes? What would then happen if he put the coffee mug to his mouth, Those traces on the mug weren't the cure's doing. It was the other way around. What? The coffee mug didn't poison Mr. Misham. Mr. Misham poisoned the coffee mug himself. Order, order, order. But that does it? Recall if you would. Atropine is a slow-acting poison, yes? The poison entered his body when he put the stamp on that envelope, but his time wasn't up until the very moment he touched his lips to that cup of joe. You have something to add, Mr. Brushel? His nose is picking up another scent. As I believe I mentioned earlier. Well, that's the thing, see? After he put his letter in that envelope, Mr. Measham sat there searching his desk drawer for something. Yes, a stamp, a so-called postage stamp. End quote. But you know, I don't seem to remember him ever finding one. Maybe he had just run out. Incidentally, we searched the desk drawer at the scene of the crime. There were no stamps. Not a single one. That does pose a problem. How will you prove that the stamp was coated with poison? Actually, I'm glad no other stamps were found. It makes proving the stamp he used was poison possible. Good show, good show. You can't even prove that it was a stamp at the scene in the first place. Well, let's hear what the defense has to say anyway. Where's your evidence that proves the existence of this poisoned stamp?
Take that!
Well, that certainly is a cute little frame. And by little, I mean really little. It was on the victim's desk, Your Honor. Quite empty, as you can see for yourself. I noticed that too during my inspection. So what? Apparently you weren't as observant as you should have been. You see, when you saw this frame, it was missing something quite important. Missing something. Yes, a pale bluish stain on the inside of the frame. Atropine residue. Why wasn't I told about this? The frame is only 2 inches square. The face of the frame is even smaller, maybe an inch wide at most. You aren't saying. Oh, but I am. Tell me, what fits in such a small frame? A commemorative stamp, perhaps. Order, order, order. The poison stamp is in this frame. Impossible. The prosecutor Gavin. Why would he put something like that on his desk? Don't tell me he had it there so he could commit suicide if the mood struck. You know, can I say something? I had a thought, see? What, Mr. Brushel, and please stop jittering around like that. Yes, please stop jittering around. The victim was a forger, right? There's a lot of money in that line of work. Forger forges friends, makes enemies too. End quote. So the poison stamp might have been a murder weapon aimed at him.
Objection!
Rich. That's rich. Leave the ridiculous flights of fancy to the Governor's song lyrics, please. Finally, something we agree on. The stamp was a murder weapon. Nonsense. Murder is a simple business. Who would go to such lengths? No one. Oh, I disagree. Could come again? Recall, if you would, the victim's reclusive lifestyle. Drew Measham hid from the world. He avoided meetings. His only contact with the outside world was the mail. The mail. Now, if you wanted to kill someone you couldn't meet, but you knew read letters, a stamp would be the perfect weapon. Ridiculous. Where's your proof? I want proof. Show us evidence that this poison stamp was sent to him as a murder weapon. I might not have evidence per se, but things are finally starting to come together. Oh, what is it, Apollo? Your fists are trembling. I think I know what happened. I don't believe it, but I can see it. I think I know how Mr. Measham was killed. Well, fill us in, Mr. Justice. A certain piece of evidence points to the truth, Your Honor. I can show you how someone with the intent to kill sent Mr. Measham the stamp of death.
Take that!
Isn't this the envelope, the one from 7 years ago? Think about the text of the letter again. There were 2 pages in the envelope. This is page 1. And this is page 2. I want to draw your attention to one phrase in particular. Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp within 3 days. The enclosed stamp, Your Honor. In other words, if I have this straight, the stamp, poison, on the stamp, lick, lick, gasp, end quote. Now, what if he had done exactly as the letter asked? He would sign the document, put it in the envelope, and put the stamp on it, right? Then he would put it in his letterbox. 15 minutes would have elapsed between affixing the stamp and mailing the letter. But the clock started ticking, and when the time came, he drew his last breath, and the murder weapon would be taken away from the scene. Quite conventionally, thanks to the postal system. Such a splendid imagination you have, her forehead. Let me confirm one thing with you, if I might. So, this poison stamp was inside this envelope from 7 years ago. Yeah? Is that what you would have us believe? Really? Oh, well, it is a little bit of a stretch, but there's a possibility. Yes, a very small possibility. How small, I wonder? A poison stamp in this envelope, a stamp that then became the murder weapon. How do you intend to prove this seeming coincidence? Well, it was 7 years ago, and we don't even know who sent that letter. And your answer is silence. I see. Very well. I move to. It's not nice to pick on the Fräulein Clavier. Emma. Well, like my Christoph Cabin impression, did I sound like him? Don't quit your day job. Don't you have a crime scene to be looking after, Fräulein Detective? Someone had to come dig you out of the mess you're making of this case. Mess. You know, none of this would have happened if you just trusted in science a little more. You can find out that stamp was in the envelope easy. Care to explain yourself, Fräulein Detective? Glare at me all you want, the science is on my side. It's all in the residue, right? That's right, the poison detection spray. Produce the red envelope at once. You can open it on the authority of the court. Okay, so if it wasn't here, that'd be like, yeah, residue. There we go. There's the residue. Well, would you look at that? No mistaking it. That's atroquinine residue. I don't believe it. A murder weapon from the past. Now, 7 years later, it bears its fangs at last. Absolutely outrageous. Tell me why. Why did this murder take place 7 years ago? Well, there's one possibility. Maybe Mr. Michel figured it out. Figured what out? He realized the person who sent that letter wanted him dead.
Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
So he sent his reply with a different stamp and put his decisive evidence in a frame. You are still here. Can I make a statement here on the record? I, Spark Razortooth Thrushel, claim the scoop as mine. Drew Misham killed in cold blood. I sent her a 7-year-old letter. End quote. No, maybe something more succinct. Star falls after 7-year delay. End quote. Order, order, order. I see no room for further argument here, though I admit this is all coming as quite a shock. To think that the murder weapon reached his mouth after 7 years. Stamp his ticket straight to afterlife. End quote. I think the witness is a bad influence on our judge. I see no need for further debate on this matter. The sender of that letter 7 years ago could hardly have been our defendant. Apollo, I think we just won. Very well. This court finds the defendant. Is this the bright future of our legal system? Prosecutor Gavin. A ticket to the afterlife from 7 years ago. Tickets for Gaviner shows are invalid after 2 weeks. But it doesn't make sense any other way. It boggles my mind that so many people haven't noticed this. There's a fatal contradiction in her forehead's claim. A contradiction. A poison stamp was placed in this envelope 7 years ago, whereupon it was framed until now. If that's the case, then why would Drew Misham have done what he did? Emmett explained that. He must have realized it was poison. Therein lies the rub. 7 years ago, the forger Drew Misham sensed a trap and put the stamp in a frame. I do not debate this, but this begs the question, why, 7 years later, did he use that stamp on the night of the murder? Surely, you don't mean to suggest that Mr. Misham simply forgot. He put the murder weapon in a frame on his desk for 7 years and forgot. You expect us to believe he sprung the trap on himself. While I admit this is all quite shocking myself, it does seem highly unlikely that he would fall afoul of a trap that had been sitting on his desk for 7 years. Apollo, I don't think we're winning anymore. I'm glad to see we're all back in the real world now. Welcome back to reality. We've been waiting for you. Okay, then how do you explain the poison stamp that was in this envelope? The poison stamp. Where exactly is this poison stamp again? Have you brought it to court for us? I see no proof that such a thing ever existed. What about the atropinine residue, huh? Oh, I agree, that does seem to be atropinine residue. But her forehead, it's certainly no stamp. Yeah, but even if your brush's poison stamp did exist, Drew Misham would never have used it. That is all. I believe we've come to a conclusion. Again, Apollo, were we running wrong the whole time? I can't believe it. The poison traces match up. It can't be a coincidence. I'd like to bring some closure to this issue sometime this year. Mr. Justice? Yes, Your Honor. Let's review the facts and see where we stand. 7 years ago, Drew Misham received a red envelope. There were traces of the poison atropinine on the document inside that envelope. A similar trace was also found at the crime scene on this tiny picture frame. The defense has indicated the possibility of a yellow envelope, an envelope that left the scene of the crime with a poison stamp on it. Yes, but even if this envelope contained a poison stamp, and Drew Michel, knowing this, put it in frame, he never would have used that stamp. I'm afraid you're right, which means there's a fatal flaw in the defense's case. I haven't been on the wrong track this whole time, I'm sure of it. The traces of atropine in the envelope, the frame, and Drew Michel's mysterious death. They're all connected somehow. Well, Mr. Justice, do you have a conclusion for us? The defense stands by its case, Your Honor. We've seen that the logical outcome of the evidence makes no sense, which means that one of our clues must be a fake clue. Fascinating. And if we find this fake, your wild fantasies will prove quite reasonable. Yeah? The fake clue that throws us off on the poison's trail is none other than the victim was a fake clue? I'm afraid I don't understand. I'll explain. We have an envelope, a frame, and a mug linked by poison. That all makes sense. What doesn't make sense is the victim himself.
Objection!
Congratulations, you've completely lost me. So the fake evidence is none other than the master of fake himself, the forger. It makes a good story, I'll give you that. The fake clue, fakes, forgeries. I know that face. That's the I just had an idea face. I don't know if I'm right, but I'm going with it anyway. What if our forger is the fake? Come again? 7 years ago, our forger sniffed a trap and stepped aside. 7 years passed. Now the forger stumbles into that very same trap and dies. Why? That's what I want to know. Because the forger who was killed was a fake. Here we are again. The victim was a fake. One forger smelled the trap, one forger fell into the trap. That's two forgers, and one of them was a fake. Order, order, order. So you are telling us that Drew Michel, the victim, was a fake. Well, if he was the fake, who was the real forger? You had better not be claiming there's some kind of switcheroo. I'm afraid you're going to have to back up your story. Mr. Justice, show us just who the real Drew Michel was. If Drew Michel wasn't the real forger, there's only one other person it could have been. Understood, Your Honor. Forger Drew Michel was himself a forgery. The real forger was...
Take that!
There can only be one explanation, really. The real identity of the forger, known as Drew Michel, is none other than his only daughter, Vera Michel. Order, order, order. Mr. Justice, this is going out on a limb even for you. I kinda agree. I mean, Vera, a forger? Let's consider it before you write it off entirely. If you look at the paintings in the studio, one fact becomes quite clear. Forgery had been taking place in that studio for quite some time. The forger wasn't caught in that trap 7 years ago. This can only mean that the one who was caught in the trap wasn't the forger. Well, actually that does make a certain kind of sense. One more thing. Only 2 sets of fingerprints were found in the forger's studio. Drew Michel's and Vera Michel's. If we know that Drew Michel wasn't the forger, that leaves only one possibility by process of elimination. The forger was Vera Michel. Well, fascinating. Vera Michel. You've been paying attention to the trial so far? Let's just ask her and be done with it, shall we? Who are you? Who is the forger Drew Michelle? Was that an expression of emotion I saw on her face? She's staring holes into Prosecutor Gavin's face. I'm used to being stared at by Frauleins, believe me, though they used to talk to me too. Tell us, were you the one who forged those works of art? Yes. So, so the forger Drew Michelle was you. Yes, it was me. What? What? The court was in an uproar and it wasn't coming down. They had to break for a 10-minute recess.
Spin Dash Diva said, "Oh my hair outfit lol."
Okay, so where exactly does this leave us, Apollo? Well, the Drew Michelle who was killed wasn't Drew Michelle the forger, basically. Well then, who was he? Well, he was actually... I think she's pretty cute. Lots of purple there, lots of purple. Doing her nails. So you really made those forgeries. Got them overalls going. I'm not sure what that's supposed to be on the front, like a bear or something. Yes, poor father. I know, it was wrong. Could you tell us how it happened? My father was a painter. I loved painting ever since I was a child. One day father saw it in me. He saw that I had the talent. The talent for making forgeries? How should I say it? It was not only paintings I made. Given the materials, I could make anything. Anything. Father was so proud, and I so happy. I'm not sure what she's drawing there either. Like, what is she drawing right there? What is that? That looks like a number 1, maybe? I don't know. But in the end, I was making those forgeries. I've never had a good constitution, nor personality. I know very little of the world outside my door. Now, because of me, father is... Do you know about this red envelope? I remember that envelope. It was some time ago. So you were already creating your works back then. So that would put her at what, 12 years of age? According to her profile, she's 19. I started when I was only 12 years old. So the one who figured out the stamp was poisoned, that was Mr. Justice. It's time. To the courtroom, please. We're right out of time. Wait, Vera, just one more thing, please. Those 3 paintings in the studio. I painted those as part of my work. Right. See, we checked them out and we saw what was underneath. We saw the rough sketches underneath the 3 finished paintings. I see. Mr. Justice. Yes. Father. He knew of you. Of both of you. Your late father. He was watching, gathering information. All about the Wright and Company law offices. But lately we're not doing just law. Yes, you do tricks, gags to amuse, and play piano. Well, they're not really gags. Yet when Father heard you had resumed the legal business, how pleased he was. Who was Mr. Michel? How am I supposed to know? What if he was Daddy's daddy? Judging from the relative ages involved, I would say it's highly unlikely. Things are already confusing enough with all these daddies running around. We know that the victim's daughter, Vera, was the forger. What does this mean for the case? Guess we're about to find out. Oh, she even has cute little socks. Did you see that on the back profile of her? She has socks that match her shirt. Pink stripes, purple stripes. Words. Court is now back in session. Vera seems pretty tense. She's practically chewing her fingernails clean off. Perhaps you could begin by telling us all how it worked. How did you set up this Drew Michel forger persona? There's that stare again. She's drilling more holes into his head. I know it's hard for you, but hey, he's a handsome guy. What's hard? Very well, miss, if you would. Did you really make those detestable forgeries? Perhaps you would rather answer my question. Were you the one who painted that painting? The remarkably similar one? Yes. I painted it, yes. Father praised me quite highly for it. So, she was the one who made the forgeries. Yet, she did not wish to reveal the truth of their operation, so the victim was a stand-in, a decoy. To the world at large, he was the forger, not her. I've done a bad thing. I have, haven't I? Regardless, we need a little more information. About, for instance, this. You have seen this before, yeah? Yes, it was in the desk drawer. Very well, you may proceed with your testimony. Tell us everything you know about this envelope. I created things and Father sold them. This envelope came after my first work. That was other than a painting. Father handled the deal, all of it. I received the stamp that was in that envelope. It was after that job that we moved to the current studio. There certainly was much of a great interest in your testimony. Not that the witness realizes it. Very well. Please begin the cross-examination. Right. Okay. I need more information about this forger, this Drew Michel.
Hold it!
So these things you were making, you mean paintings identical to other paintings, right? The closer they were, the happier Father was. I was happy too. Still, you're quite young now. When did you begin this work? My first painting sold when I was 12. Your Honor, she had no idea what she was doing was legal. Easy there, little attorney. You're not here to defend her for the crime of forgery. True. Please tell us more about this envelope. This envelope that may very well have killed your father. Alright.
Hold it!
By other than a painting, you mean you had only done paintings up to that point? Yes. But Father had a realization. He noticed my talent extended to making things other than paintings. For instance, a letter someone had written, or a fingerprint left upon a cup. or a signature on a document, a seal upon a letter. None of this makes her sound very innocent at all. And the 100,000 promised in this letter was the start, the beginning of a new industry for Drew Michel. A new industry, the creation of items to be used in criminal proceedings, forging evidence in other words.
Hold it!
So you didn't know how the things you were making were being used. I enjoy painting very much. I think I understand. The Fraulein has lived in an unusual little world. Can you tell us what happened to the papers that were in this envelope? Father signed them and sent them back, I believe. Did he follow the instructions? Send in the enclosed envelope with the enclosed stamp. This is a rather important matter. Give your answer some thought.
Hold it!
What do you mean you received it? Did I do something wrong? You didn't use that stamp because it was dangerous, correct? Deadly poison on the back. Atroquinine.
Objection!
A moment, her forehead. You can't force an answer upon the witness. Now then, perhaps you would tell me, Fraulein Vera, why did you receive the stamp? Is something wrong? It was beautiful. You mean it was one of those commemorative stamps? Yes, I think it was. So you didn't know about the poison. I guess not. So the trap failed by chance, by mistake, thanks to this commemorative stamp. Quite the close call.
Hold it!
You mean you moved to
Spin
where the
Dash
current
Diva
brew studio
said,
is?
Does she really need to draw everything out, lol?
Well, remember, she's a shut-in who really just had no interaction with people, so more than likely that's kind of her coping mechanism, her fiddle, her thing that goes round and round, words, fidget spinner, pretty much. That's probably what's going on there. It's her way of coping. Her fidget spinner, pretty much. You mean you
Spin
moved?
Dash Diva said, Ah, okay.
You mean you moved to where the current brew studio is? Yes, we saw very few people there. I began drawing picture books. A single job had tied them to the criminal underworld. I mean, just look at how she's holding it, right? She's sort of holding it like it's a shield in front of her when she's not drawing with it. So yeah, it's her coping mechanism. I think Mr. Misham wished to reduce the visibility in the world at large. When we had to meet someone for some reason, Father posed as the creator of the work. So that was the real essence of the artist Brew Misham. You did the work and he supplied the face. So, you really didn't know anything, did you? You had no idea how much danger you were in. Although I'm still trying to figure out what that one is. Apparently not. About this commemorative stamp, could you tell us more about it? It was very pretty, and more than that. Yes, it was a picture of people I liked at the time. This is something new. Apparently, we've got some cross-examination yet ahead of us. If you'd be so kind as to continue your testimony, Fraulein. My favorite magicians. Oh, you know what that means.
Objection!
Those magicians you liked, was it this bunch? Apollo, they're not a bunch. I see. Still, I have to wonder, why include a commemorative stamp like that in a business letter? Good question. Well, pretty stamps are always better, and you can't beat Truth Graham Mary. But the whole murder plan was a failure because of it. Ironic, don't you think, Prosecutor Gavin? Prosecutor Gavin? Graham. Graham Mary. What's with Gavin? Might I ask just one question of this witness? In your testimony just now, you stated that this was your first work that was other than a painting. Please tell me, what exactly did you make? Can I ask why? No, answer the question now. The Prosecutor Gavin, you're usually not the one whose volume concerns me. Yes, it is unbecoming of me. I apologize, but I must know. Please, Miss Michelle, please tell me. It was a book, a single page in a book. A book. Please be more specific. It was a handwritten book, like a diary. No, I don't know. Oh, what's wrong with Prosecutor Gavin? He looks like he just saw a ghost. Miss Michelle, this book. Was there a picture of a silk hat on the back cover? Yes or no? How did you know? Prosecutor Gavin, the defendant is answering all of your questions. Stop badgering her. He's told you nothing, has he? Your soiled mentor. Nothing. Soy. Who? Phoenix. Right. Who else? Daddy. He never told you about the trial 7 years ago. About how he came to lose his attorney's badge. There was a certain piece of evidence that decided his fate, you know? a certain diary. On the back it bore the mark of a silk hat. What? Phoenix Wright tossed out of the profession by false evidence, and the forger who made that evidence. Is this girl standing right in front of me? Vera, you must tell us. The evidence you made was used in a trial 7 years ago. Who asked Drew Micham, you, to forge that evidence? For all of our sakes, who was it? We only met once. You met the client. Well, who was it? It was. What's going on with Vera? She's staring at Prosecutor Gavin's face again. Yes, what? Is there something? Was it him? How? It couldn't be right. No. Oh my. It was Clavier's brother. It was Clavier's brother. The one we do. That's what. I remember clearly. I remember who gave me the book, the diary. Who was it? Vera. Are you what? Oh shit. The debt. Oh. Defendant Vera Micham, condition unconscious. Examiner's diagnosis acute. What? What? This ends the recording of the trial for the murder of Drew Micham. What in the heck is going on right now? Like for real? Vera Micham was, during the trial, poisoned by an unknown assailant. The dosage was just under the lethal amount, sparing the defendant's life. She is currently in intensive care and is not to be disturbed for any reason. A very simple case at first glance, until it finally began to show its true colors. The long road to the truth takes us to the record of another trial. In some ways, that was the starting point of it all. And that is where we must go to find the whole truth. Alright, let's find out what the heck happened to Mr. Wright and how he became Mr. Wrong. Showdown time. Okay, it's been a long time since I felt like such a review. got to try and relax. Good morning, Mr. Enigmar. I'm sorry to have sprung this on you so suddenly. I received the files from your previous attorney only yesterday. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure I'm prepared. I understand I am asking the impossible of you. Yes, well, you haven't really told me what happened yet. All we did was play cards, and that was enough. Actually, it wasn't. Trust me. Morning, Daddy. I'm so glad you came. You okay, Daddy? They picking on you? I am fine as always. This old boy is here to help me after all. That's young man to you. Good morning. That's a cute outfit you have on. Thanks. My first show's today after all. Oh, I'm sure it is. What the heck is she talking about? Oh, old boy. Me. Look what he started. Here. It seems fate's clock will make me wait a little longer. At least only less than 10 swift minutes remain. To all those who have supported me in my life's work, I give thanks. Farewell. Magnifique Granberry. What's this? I don't know. I just got it over there in the hallway. They told me to give it to the old boy in the blue suit with the spiky hair. They said it was really important. What's this? A memo for you or some such? Not from the looks of it. What is this? Looks like a page from someone's diary. I'll give it a read later. Well, how do you feel about the trial today? We'll get through it. Somehow. Incidentally, the prosecutor today is a new guy, I hear. An easy win then, yes. They're calling him a true thoroughbred in the history of the prosecutor's office. Of course, there's one of those every year. The switching of attorneys just before the trial. I know it is a difficult situation I put you in, but allow me to say one thing, Mr. Wright. Yes, they will not be able to pronounce me guilty today, so do your best, but do not worry. First time a defendant's ever given me a pep speech. I'll do what I can. I see you do not understand. You see, it'll be impossible for them to declare a verdict. Impossible? Yes, isn't that right, Trucy? Yep, you bet, Daddy. My first look at the case was only yesterday, and the information I was given was a tad bit lacking, to be honest. Still, I'll do what I can, for their sake. I believe the curtains will be lifting any time now. I am in your capable hands, Mr. Wright. My client is Shadi Enigmar, known to the world as Zach Granberry, a wildly popular magician, star of Truth Granberry. As mentor, Magnifique Granberry was a rare breed of magician. He single-handedly ushered in a golden age of stage magic until he was shot dead, and Zach Granberry is the suspect. Court is now in session for the trial of Shadi Enigmar. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Is the prosecution ready? I was just thinking, is this what all the fuss is about? Bit of a buzzkill, really. Buzzkill? Is this some kind of new crime? One of the worst. This is a trial, yeah? Where are the sweaty palms, the pounding hearts? A Governor's concert's got 10 times the thrill this gig's got. Who were you again? Clavier Gavin. I came to get the party started legally, yeah? Gavin. Defense Attorney Christoph Gavins. Ah, figures my bro's more famous in this part of town. Clavier Gavin, lead singer for the mega hit band The Governors. You're out of your league, Hawk Boy. I know what you're thinking. You're out of your league, Hawk Boy. True, my debut single, 13 Years Hard Time for Love, went platinum overnight. But that's just a hobby to me compared to this. Yeah? Talkative, aren't you? I like your affected Euro rock accent, by the way. I'm just getting warmed up, her attorney, right? Perhaps you would be so kind as to fill us in on the case. Tell him, baby. Time to call on the opening act. What was his name again? Ah, yes, Detective Gumshoe. I do like this guy. This guy's he's cool in a silly way. He's just a silly filly. Gumshoe, buddy. And you are... Hey, you were the one who called me up here, sir. Name's Dick Gumshoe. I'm a homicide detective down at the precinct. Detective Gumshoe, long time no see. Hey, you. Uh-huh, me. Today's the day, pal. The day I win and you lose. I got confidence in my testimony today, see? What, you normally lack confidence in your testimony? Her detective, this is my stage. Can the antics. All this hey-youing is such. I could care less about your history together. Very well. Detective Gumshoe, if you would, please tell us about the case at hand. It happened 6 days back in a room at the General Hospital. The facts are as simple as they come. Here's the crime scene. The victim was a patient asleep in a hospital bed. The killer comes in, puts a pistol to his forehead, and bam, lights out. Them's the facts. Not so long ago, the victim, Magnifique Grandmary, was a famous man. He had the entire country under his magical spell, as it were. The great magician. He retired years ago, though. Say the name Magnifique to one of my generation, and you would be lucky to get a blank stare. Yes, though I'm sure the youngsters today know his disciples even better. I dare say Troop Grandmary has made quite a name for themselves. Anyhow, the retired Magnific's been in the hospital for the last year. What was it? A mal-ignorant tutor or something. Doing something to his liver, I think. Yeah. A malignant tumor, perhaps. In other words, he had liver cancer. He had only 3 months left to live, in fact. The facts do seem simple enough, but something's not right. The victim was already climbing a 3-month stairway to heaven. Why not wait for him to knock, knock, knock on heaven's door? Why? I really hope that doesn't get me copyrighted. Why shoot him? I wouldn't have put it quite so lyrically, but it's true. Why make the effort to commit murder when the victim was about to die? Incidentally, the victim had a serious case of diabetes. Diabetes. Well, obviously he did die, didn't he? So obviously he had diabetes. In fact, he was about to shoot up with insulin when he was shot with a pistol. The syringe was found at the crime scene. Chronic diabetes and cancer. As much as it pains me to say it, the victim was clearly at the end of his life. I believe the question before us is clear then. Why did the killer have to shoot this dying man? What reason could he have had? Very well, detective. Perhaps you can enlighten us as to the circumstances of the shooting. Yes, sir. Actually, the victim kind of ordered the defendant to do him in. A few days before it happened, the victim sent a letter ordering his own murder. The defendant did what was asked of him, and shot the old man in the forehead. The bullet was fired from the pistol found at the scene, no doubt about it, and the pistol definitely belonged to the old man, sir. Well, what? You're saying the victim ordered his own shooting. Those are the facts. I have here the letter in question. To my beloved student Zack, to you I entrust the task of lowering my life's curtain. Come on this Come on the 13th, 11:05. I will ready a gun with which you will shoot one shot square in the forehead. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Very unusual indeed. Although could such a thing as a letter really cause one to pull a trigger? I wonder. I believe the answer to that question could be found at the end of the letter. You cannot refuse, and we both know the reason why. Detective Gumshoe, can you explain this to the court? Unfortunately, even the defendant won't say a peep about that bit, sir. One thing bothers me about this. Why didn't he just say 11? Why have him come at 11:05 without some specific reason? The devil was in the details, her attorney. Well, was there some reason? As it turns out, there was. Every night for half an hour, starting at 11, the victim, Magnifique Grand Mary, was given an IV. An IV. There it is in the picture off to the side of the bed. At 11, a doctor would come to set up the IV. 30 minutes later, he would come back for the empty bag. This happened every night without fail. So that was the only time they could meet without the chance of an untimely interruption during his IV. Very well, shall we begin? Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, if you would. What's this reason he couldn't refuse, I wonder? He could have at least mentioned it to me.
Hold it!
How can you be so sure? Hey, you gotta learn to stop relying on people to do your thinking for you, pal. Learn to think for yourself. Get that noggin cranking. You fail to grasp the concept of questioning, detective. First we got this letter. It says shoot in the forehead, loud and clear. I can see that, but I still wouldn't do it. Well, maybe you would need to grow yourself a backbone, pal. You fail to grasp the concept of shooting people as bad, detective. We also found the defendant's pistol at the scene. Traces of gunpowder residue shows that had been fired recently. Well, Mr. Wright, as far as I can tell from looking at this photo, there seems to be no issue with the prosecution's claim. The photo, maybe there's something in there I can use. So they're saying the defendant shot the victim in the forehead. I think there's a hole in the prosecution's argument. Clearly, Mr. Enigmar shot something else. Looking at this photo, another possibility occurs to me. Yes, what does the letter tell us? That the defendant had a reason he couldn't refuse his teacher's wishes. Bingo, pal. That's why the defendant popped him one in the forehead. Oh, the defense disagrees. You see, the defendant had another choice he could make.
Objection!
What, and you can prove that with this photo? I can prove he had a choice, yes. The defendant might have fired like he was ordered, but he didn't shoot the victim's forehead. Well, let's hear what you're thinking, Mr. Wright.
Take that!
The clown doll. Take a closer look. See? It's been shot in the forehead too. There's a hole in its forehead. Yes, and a hole in the prosecution's claim.
Objection!
And I suppose you have a reason as to why he would shoot the clown doll. He didn't just shoot the doll, he shot the doll's forehead. His forehead. Let's read the orders once more, shall we? You'll shoot one left shot square in the forehead, which is exactly what he did. He shot the clown doll square in the forehead. The defense has raised an intriguing possibility. That hole in the clown's forehead, it definitely looks like it was shot. Bailiff, send someone to investigate this matter.
Objection!
I admit I'm impressed, but I expected nothing less. Still, this doesn't mean he didn't shoot the victim.
Objection!
Perhaps he did have to shoot a forehead as ordered, but the letter says nothing about whose forehead. This was the only way he had to follow his orders without taking a life. The bullet hole in the clown doll's forehead does demand an explanation. It might very well be a clue, yet Prosecutor Gavin is right. It alone does not prove the defendant's innocence. You cannot say for sure the defendant didn't shoot the victim. So sorry, Mr. Wright. How sad it is to see the mighty fall. How sad it is to see the novice's overconfidence. He doesn't realize just how big this little hole is going to get. Detective Gumshoe, please take this newfound fact into account as you continue your testimony. So what if he shot the clown? He still shot the victim, pal.
Hold it!
You mean this pistol, the one in the crime scene photo? That's the one. It's a funny looking gun, so there's no mistaking it. We compared the bullet taken from the victim's skull with a bullet fired from this gun. The rifling marks on the bullets were a perfect match. So, you verified the murder weapon in other words. You bet we did.
Hold it!
Why are you so certain? What pile of sand has your head been stuck in all this time? Pal, you never heard of Zack and Fallon's quick ball shoot 'em? What's that? One of the defendant's specialties. Zack and Fallon stand on either side of a girl. Then they shoot, but the bullets don't hit her. Instead, they hit everything else on stage. This was one of the pistols they used in their show. Got a great design. The kids love it. Many boys and girls joined the police because of that pistol, I hear. You know, that would explain a lot about the police force. Troop Grandmary stopped doing that act a while ago. The old man held on to that pistol ever since. The court would like to see the pistol in question. You got it, sir. Here she is. Well, this truly is a blast from the past. It's a stage pistol for magic shows, see? But it can fire real bullets. It looks so much bigger in real life than on TV. Yeah, but it can only hold one round. By the way, the pistol's firing chamber is empty, and it shows traces of having been fired recently. So, were there any fingerprints found on the gun? Unfortunately, no. Of course, the defendant is known for wearing gloves. We might say that lack of fingerprints is, in fact, a fingerprint of its own. Intriguing point. Well made. Not well made, not intriguing. In any case, the court accepts this evidence. My grandchild would get a kick out of seeing this, but now it's time to return to our testimony.
Objection!
The trickiest cases often seem the simplest. Prosecutor Gavin, you missed the bullet hole in the clown's forehead. If you hadn't missed that, you might have come to a very different conclusion. Understand? Yeah, but like I just said, pal, after he shot the clown in the forehead, he went and...
Objection!
did nothing out of the sort of the victim. The pistol proves he could not. The murder weapon. How? It's quite simple, Your Honor. This pistol only holds one bullet at a time. If he had shot the clown in the forehead, he couldn't have shot the victim too.
Objection!
If that's not a contradiction, not even close. All he had to do was reload the pistol after the first shot. Oh, where did he get the extra bullet? They're not so easy to come by, you know. If you claim the defendant had one ready, then prove to us how he got it. I had a feeling this wasn't over yet. No, this party's just getting started, and I haven't proven anything yet beyond my good looks and startling record sales, and utter lack of humility. What's this? It seems that the prosecution has another witness prepared. Like I said, her detective was just the warm-up act. Now that the audience has gotten a taste of what's to come, they're heading. Ready for what? For my decisive witness, of course. A witness who, you will find, can prove one thing for us. That was Zach Grandmary who shot the victim in the forehead. Very well. We will pause for a 15-minute recess. This might be my lucky break. I'll need that 15 minutes to talk to my client, Zach. Court is adjourned. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. I have to say I expected nothing less. We've only just begun. I was hoping you would tell me a bit more about what happened, actually. I did not think you would believe me if I told you. Better that you discover the truth for yourself. I was thinking of you, you know? I think we need less thinking and more talking. That night in the hospital, what really happened? The way your eyes gleam, Mr. Wright. You'll scare Trucy. Speaking of which, where is she? You have seen the problem yourself. The letter. The one shot in the forehead. One, right? Yes, and the reason he speaks of. I could not deny my mentor's wishes, even if it meant my own death. Why not? This is something I will not say. For now, at least. What's this for now business? I have done many things in my life. Some well, some poorly. But this is a cross we must bear alone to our graves. We. You wanted to know about the night of the incident. Finally, this guy sure likes to take his time getting to the important stuff. Of course, I had no intention of shooting my mentor. I snuck into his room that night at the appointed time, and found there upon his bedside table 2 pistols. 2. Yes, the one I had used on stage, and the one that had been used by my partner, Valiant, for the Zack and Valiant's quick draw thing.
Stream elements. Said. Stay moist, my friends. Hydrate.
My mentor had the look of one sleeping.